Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third day of the draft annual plan hearing. We also have the majority of submitters who wanted to speak on their submissions on the draft development contributions policy scheduled to speak today. Please remember to submit questions via the question tool and state which submission your question relates to. Sam or Kathy can show you how to find this tool if you need some help. I believe Councillors Goff and Johansson are joining us via Zoom, and I also have an apology for partial absence from Councillor Harrison Hunt and maybe Councillor Curran for early departure. Can I have a move? I'm moving it, and Vic seconding it. All of those in favour? Aye, against? Thanks, that's carried. We have no declarations of interest today, so we'll move on to our public forums. I'd like to welcome Richard Peebles, who's here on behalf of the Peebles Group, to talk about draft development contributions policy. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. Didn't know I was going to be first, but anyway, I'll try not to make it a big bleat, just a little while. Three things you want to...
Feel free, it's fine.
Three things I just want to comment on is just the, firstly is the legality of DCs and the CBD, the amount of increase, and then there's some technical stuff, but just on the legality of the CBD DC charges, DCs are enabled by obviously the Local Government Act. DCs are only for growth related to infrastructure costs. They must be fair, equitable and proportionate, and you cannot double dip, and this is important, or over recover. Now the CBD has not yet recovered to pre-earthquake levels. The commercial office space was 446,000 square metres pre-earthquake. We're about 290. So we also haven't recovered the retail and or residential. So obviously pre-quake you had infrastructure for the 446,000 square metres of office plus the retail and housing. You've got rates for the last 14 years to cover maintenance, etc. So we're not yet back to that pre-earthquake level. There is no. I know that I've asked staff and they said they've had a legal opinion on this, but I've actually had a legal advice contrary to what you've been given. I think you really need to think carefully about the legality, because I can assure you that given the increases of from 8,000 to 30,000 for the CBD, there will be a legal challenge to your DC policy. So you need to be very, very sure you have your bases covered. There is a policy saying the DCs expire after 10 years, and I know they in the suggested changes there was talk about extending that, and the reason given for not extending it is it would have a financial impact on the city. That is not one of the reasons you can determine whether you have DCs or not. It's about that fair, equitable and proportionate, and whether there's growth. The fact that it impacts the city's finances is irrelevant. And that was the prime reason for not extending the DCs. So I doubt its legality, so I would, being a bush lawyer that I am, I would suggest you really take that seriously. Secondly, about the amount of the increase, I think in this Christchurch CBD it's a 350% increase from 8,000 to 30,000, 400% in Linwood, from 7,800 to 29,000. The least affordable, the areas that can least afford a massive increase are the areas that are getting it. Papanui is 280%. The justification for the massive increases is lower growth. Now, how can you have massive increases for growth when there's lower growth? Anyone should simply say, maybe you should spend less on growth. You've got to consider the impact on the affordability on house prices, the viability of developments. It will stop developments, and probably in the areas you want the development. So it will increase prices, it'll decrease attractive. Christchurch at the moment is really attractive. One of the major reasons is affordability. You can't just add 30,000 to a house price in Linwood and expect people to pay it or people to develop it. It will not happen. There's massive impacts on this massive increase. Unfortunately, and this is an indictment on my social life, I actually watched the YouTube clip of the initial draft when the staff put the DC increase it to you guys. Only one councillor brought up the fact that about affordability. Everyone else was talking about how we're going to spend the money. Yanni was the only one that questioned about Linwood. I was very disappointed that no one sort of said, what is going to be the impact on development and the affordability on prices, on rentals? That's what we need to be looking at. So my belief is you should spend less. That's very, very simple. You know, if growth is lower, you need to spend less. You can't just divide it by fewer people and increase the DCs, which is what you've done. And now getting down into the weeds on the actual policy, there is where they've attributed a certain amount to growth versus to existing. Under wastewater collection, they've put 44% to growth. This is when we got low growth. That figure is just wrong. There is no way that is justifiable. You've got 16% for road network, so you've got little growth, but you're putting 16% of the road network costs to growth. Those figures are just fanciful. So community infrastructure is 33% to growth. You know, when you've got low growth, which is what, it's less than 1%, how can you put 33% of the cost to growth? It just doesn't make any sense. There is some other issues, I think, and this is another indictment that I actually read the whole thing and got that sort of time, but in part 4, assessment and charging of DCs, it talks about the assessment at granting of the consent. The Local Government Act says that you must assess at time of application of the consent so that the policy enforce at that point. So that, you know, that is wrong in your DC policy. There is other things which I don't understand. You've got the Little River Play and Recreation Development as a district-wide charge. I don't know why Hornby's paying for the Little River Park. You've also got the Hunter Terrace bicycle ramp and track renewal as a district-wide. You know, they are not district-wide charges. You know, someone seriously needs to look at what you've done and get down into the weeds, and it shouldn't be me. So just to summarise, the legality in the CBC, the DCs, you really need to check that you've got robust legal advice. You will be challenged, and the amount of the increase and the impact on the property market. That's it. That wasn't too bad a bleep, was it?
No, that's cool. Thank you, Richard. I've got 2 questions, Jake and Andre, please.
I was just going to say, would you be happy to table your legal advice? But if you're looking
Well,
at
it was
challenge,
verbal, so it was verbal legal advice. So
thank you.
someone trying to get my work.
Andre?
Thank you. One of the changes in this is effectively making even like a 2-bedroom apartment in the city centre paying the same amount towards stormwater infrastructure as, say, a 5-bedroom place out where stormwater basins and
Seven bedroom, I think, yeah.
out on swamp land. Are you able to comment a bit further on that? I would have thought it's nuts. Now it's time for overview submissions.
I think you've decided that it's 1 bedroom. You get a discount. I mean, what it will do is it'll upset the market. You'll get more 1-bedroom apartments than 2 bedrooms. So you know when you put these sort of arbitrary figures in, it will impact on what's built because the difference in charges. I think it's 60% if you go 1 bedroom, goes to 100% if you go 2 bedroom, irrespective of the size of the unit.
Yeah, well, we've got a massive shortage of 1-bedrooms, but my question is more around the fairness of making smaller apartments in the city pay the same amount towards stormwater infrastructure as a big property that requires stormwater basins to be built right.
Well, they have to be associated. There has to be cause and effect for so it depends on the amount of stormwater you're. But you know, common sense would say that if you were building a 500 square metre house, you shouldn't be paying the same as a 100 square metre house. But I don't ever want to advocate for higher DCs, ever.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lower DCs.
Thank you very much, Richard, for coming in.
Thanks,
That's
guys.
great. Okay, so now we have John Thacker, who is going to talk about the draft annual plan, please. Welcome, John.
Phil, I'm just wondering, just while John comes up, those points raised by Richard, should they go to the infrastructure working group? Some of them could be addressed there, maybe,
Can be, yep.
potentially.
Oh, good morning, everyone. I hope you're not too Trump-mised. We might be mesmerised, but I hope this goes well with the draft plan. I put mine in very last minute, so it's a bit scrappy, I must admit. But I didn't actually tick the submission box saying that I would speak. But anyway, I know a lot of you, and I know the work you do, and I think. For a starter, I'd like to congratulate you on putting something like that out. which to everybody, if they get a hold of this copy, will sort of come to grips with it a wee bit. You know, you don't sort of think about those things, and it's quite a good idea. Now, I just want to enlarge on what I said. I'm very concerned about money that's spent in directions like the Akaroa Wharf. It really grates on me. I live in Governor's Bay, and I also come into town quite a bit with my wife. And anyway, I feel that the 19.1 million I think it's costing at the moment, it'll probably go up to 25, 30 or something, for one man and a dog going along that wharf. I see the ships coming in at Littleton, and I feel that Littleton does a great job in the ships, but I think as owners of the port company, the council should be allowing the passengers to come off directly from the ship. None of this business of shuttle buses to and fro, it just cuts it all up. And the tourists that come and make it up to our information centre, which is up the Oxford Street, it's great. We see a lot of them and we get a lot of feedback. And they say, a lot of them say to us, oh, the last time we came to Christchurch, there was no information centre in Christchurch. And I said, yes, that's right. I said, here we are, independent, giving out the information for the whole of Christchurch. And it's wrong. Here's the government saying, tourism, we've got to do this, we've got to do that. But we haven't got the will or the wherefore of improving it. And I think one of the things that I mentioned on my submission was the bus system. Not having a bus going from Littleton to Governor's Bay and then perhaps up to Dyer's Pass. It's all a good road now, and it gives a link for the tourists to go further from Littleton. A lot of them don't want to go into Christchurch. A lot of them want to go round the harbour to places like Orton Bradley, Onitahi Gardens, that sort of thing. I think I've been batting my head against the brick wall, giving submissions to ECAN. I know they do the buses, but you must have a tremendous influence in deciding where the buses should go and where the population is. Or if not, surely you can influence. I think they're asleep at the wheel. I don't think the last chairman was. He was speeding, wasn't he? And anyway, somewhere along the line, there's something wrong. It's not economical to take a bus to Rapaki. One man and a dog get on there, and that's it. And I've watched it. I've seen it. If I go round to Littleton to go on my duty, I have to take the car. I can't go any other way. If I come to town, I leave my car at the top of Tākahi and get the number 1 bus. Now the buses are underutilised, and I don't know what we can do to get people to go on it. You see more people on it, of course, in the school holidays than you do during the ordinary week. And quite often, there are very few people on the bus. And if the bus fares go up, people are not going to use them, even then. But I probably had my penny's worth. I won't go on about that, but I think you pretty well know. I've talked to Tyrone about it, and I've talked to previous councillors. I've talked to the MP for the area. Nothing seems to move, and you get the cars off the road into the bus. I mean, we have the boy races coming round Governor's Bay. Fortunately, we're on the downside and we don't hear them so much. But apparently there's I spoke to a lady just at the head of Governor's Bay by Dyer's Pass there, and she's got a camera that actually photographs cars coming down there. Well, why aren't the police doing something? Or why isn't someone doing something about it? The houses are always for sale on that side of the hill in Governor's Bay. You'll notice quite a few sales going along there. because the sound goes up, doesn't go down. And some of them might not be double glazed.
How are we going there?
I've probably had my penny's worth. You notice I mentioned about spending money. I think my mention of Queen Elizabeth Square, I know it's probably contentious because of what's happening, and I noticed one flag's missing up on the roof here, and I don't know whether you want to put the tribal flag up there, which goes back to 1835. It's the first national flag of New Zealand, and it has the 4 stars on it and a cross. You've probably seen it being flown. Perhaps we should put that up there. Better than the other one. You know the one I mean, the red and black.
John, I've got one question. You've run out of time, but I've got one question from Tyrone, who put his hand up right at the start. Fire away, young fella.
Hi, John. Always great to see you, and thanks for coming in. So I'm on the 5th of May. I'm going to see ECAN as a deputation for their annual plan. Would you like to come with me?
Yes, I would.
It'll be good to talk about a bus for Governor's Bay.
Right.
It'll be my 5th year in a row going to see them, so it'd be great if you come along.
Best of luck. We've got a new chairperson. Hopefully. That's very good.
Thank you, John, for your time. That's brilliant, and very good to see you again.
And all I want to say just at the end, I wrote it down here. We humans should live in harmony with nature, not against it. One day we'll all be part of it.
Good work. Thank you. Okay, so next we've got Tim McGoldrick from the community representative. He's a community representative about the revitalisation of the children's playground at Elmwood Park. Welcome, Tim.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors. Appreciate your time. My name is Tim McGoldrick. I am a father of 2 young boys, live in Strohan. Local parks and playgrounds, as I'm sure you'll agree, are fundamental for communities, and living in a high-density residential area like Strohan, one would expect that adequate facilities are available. Strohan is home to hundreds of young families and certainly has a focus on schools and recreational areas. I started a petition 3 weeks ago with the hope of revitalising the Elmwood Park playground. I've knocked on approximately 120 doors, and I've spoken to several business owners in the area. My knock to sign ratio has been well over 90%. 130 signatures in writing alongside an online petition of 106 signatures, so 255 in total and counting. As I'm sure you are all aware, considerable improvements have been made recently to both the Old Collegians Cricket Pavilion and the Elmwood Bowling Club. The bowling club itself raised and spent over $4 million, and the cricket club over $1 million. Both are being used extensively as community facilities for other purposes, gatherings, functions and events. I think a superb use of private money in a public reserve. This has not only enhanced the use of the park, but it's also enabled the community to grow better and connect with one another. I'm of the understanding that the playground is approximately 38 years old. It seems to be the only facility in the park in which hasn't been improved in this time. In my submission, I request that money be set aside in the annual plan to upgrade the playground in keeping with the rest of the improvements which have been predominantly community driven and funded. Every person who has signed agrees that the playground is beyond outdated and needs significant refurbishment. It doesn't meet the standard in which ratepayers should be entitled to. We feel that it is time that council improve their position with the playground, perhaps not to the extravagance of what Parliament spent in 2019 when they essentially handed over $572,000 for a new slide, but surely we can work together to achieve something. Thank you again for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions or pass on some suggestions in which I've received from the community.
Okay, thank you, Tim. That's great. Vic, please.
Thank you, Tim. My question is actually for the organisation to understand where this playground is in their renewal cycle, please. We can find that out.
Find that out. Okay. We will. Tim?
Yeah. Have you been to your local community board and raised this?
I've spoken with Hamish Campbell. He's given me some contacts, but my first port of call was to come and speak with you all.
Right. I think it'd be really good to go to present this to your community board because and local body elections are coming. Just saying, you know.
Okay. Kelly?
Yeah, thanks, Tim. It was my childhood park down there a long time ago. Did you say that some of the facilities down there have been community funded?
The Elmwood Cricket, the Old Cluj and
but
the
not,
Bowling Club.
Not the playground.
No.
Or anything like that. Okay. Cheers. Sorry, I must hear that.
Tyler?
Kia ora, mate. Hey, what was the feedback that came back from the community around what they'd like to see in the playground?
Yeah, good question. I mean, as parents, we've all been to the Sumners, the Scarboroughs, the Little River Park. It's something we enjoy stopping at when we head to Akaroa. It's a lovely thing to break up the trip with. Aberley Park, Margaret Mayhew. It's a flagship. But the children's playground within the botanical gardens, I think, subpar. It should really be an icon of the city, as like the gardens are themselves. But look, when you start looking around at Melvin Park and you see the exercise equipment for the oldies, all the young ones there, shade, paddling pools, flying foxes, hamster wheels, roundabouts. As I say, that we're not expecting $500,000 to be spent on it, but they'd certainly like to see something. Structures, routines. When you have young ones, having something convenient opposed to packing your car up and going to Margaret Mayhew and back. I've fielded emails from young guys saying, look, I'm a landscape architect now living in Auckland. I grew up with Elmwood Park. I'm happy to contribute my time for nothing. Is it something that we need to crowd fund? I just see what council has done elsewhere and think, well, it's been neglected.
Okay. Pauline?
Thank you. I was actually going to ask the same question that Councillor Scandrick did, but that is a good starting point to your community board, and they will get it into their community plan and undertake all the consultation, etc. from there. So you need to go there. And just another reminder, but you've got to start somewhere, and you're starting now, and I think that's a really good thing to do. It will take a long time. Money will have to be found, and you have to consult and all that, but it's a starting point now, so good on you. So that's all I wanted to say, but go to your community board.
Thank you.
And you can do a public forum there, like at the start of any meeting for 5 minutes, and then they can pick up the project if there's a will to do that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sam?
Disagree slightly with Pauline in that Tim has gone and collected a petition of a couple hundred people and has chosen to come to the annual plan of the council to make a submission and raise it here. So I think it's good to get the advice that you've requested, but the other thing I think would be helpful if we can add it to the actions is for perhaps Tim on behalf of the group to meet with like Rupert and Andrew Rutledge as well, because if you've drawn up 120 houses and there's a heap of people that are interested in this, yep, we can definitely reiterate it from a community board point of view, but we just don't want to layer it in processes. So if we could add that to the actions, please.
Shortcut it a bit and get the right people in front. Yeah. James?
I think Sam's pretty much stole my thunder. Totally agree that this is the appropriate place for it. The budgets are set by the council, so well done, Tim. You've come to the right place, and the council can allocate that budget based on the good work that you've done. I was also going to mention the names that Sam did. The only other thing that I would say, and it's a question for you, Tim, is just anecdotally, how do you find the usage of this playground, compared to other playgrounds both in the area and the city?
Yeah, good question. Extremely well used. you know, we live within St Andrew's Square, so it's a bit of a thoroughfare for a lot of people coming and going. But you know, also families from Heaton Street and Merivale. You know, it's a park in which they use. I've door knocked parts of Heaton Street. They agree. So yeah, as far as I'm aware, Jamie, we see all ages, all stages, grandparents. You know, people from Elmwood School even use it during the week. I think a couple of classes head over there for a, you know, a point of difference or whatever. Yeah,
Okay, that's good. You're all done, James. Sarah, please.
Thanks. Like Kelly, it was my local as a kid too. Two quick things. There may actually already be in the program, so finding out that will be really good, and then we can see where it sits in the program. The board can choose. You know, the boards get to decide within their areas as well which ones take priority, which is quite helpful as well. But we can set an extra budget if we want. You mentioned the playground at the Botanic Gardens. Just let you know that is underway. So there's planning happening this financial year, and there's it's the new sort of Gondwana Children's Garden project with the new playground in it that's currently underway and will be built over the next 3 years. Right. Yeah, so that's
Okay, and
underway.
lastly, Aaron, please.
Yeah, Tim, since you've already spoke to a landscape architect that's willing to do some drawings, I'm sure our community board would accept those drawings gratefully, and then we can pass them on to staff, and that can be a potential PPP for a playground. We've got it happening out in Belfast as well, so staff are exploring what are the barriers or working points of PPPs around playgrounds. So it's already happening in our area. So feel free if he wants to draw something up that would take a serious look at it.
Sure. Okay.
What's that? Tim's already knocked on the door of a number of businesses. A number of them may have said, hey, we'd be happy to put our name on the playground and pay for it. So that's how PPPs sometimes work, because that's what's been offered in Belfast, to heat the pool and extend the life of it at no cost to the ratepayer. So we're looking at it. Why wouldn't we?
It's certainly an avenue can be looked at. Tim, thank you so much for coming in and all your work with the petition too.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Very good. So now we are, look at that, right on time. Suki, please.
Oh, with you.
Right, well, thank you very much for having us along. I'm Suki Thompson. This is Jan Cook. We also have Sue Church up in the audience there. We are from Friends of Banks Peninsula, and we're going to be talking about one topic, which is the Akara wastewater system. So just get to grips with how to work this. Right, we last came before you a year ago talking to the long-term plan, and I've got a slide up here with a summary of the issues we raised then. The main point is, we said to you we thought the resource consent application for the Akara wastewater system was not consentable in its present form. There were a number of issues with it, failing to achieve its cultural objectives, leaking pipes, less resilience to climate change, and costs set to increase. Here we are a year later, and the current situation has played out as we predicted, but at a huge cost to our community, both financially and in terms of voluntary time. So the resource consent hearings started in November. They are now on hold, pending the council lodging overflow discharge consents, and the panel has asked 50 tough questions of the council. We've submitted the questions along with our written submission. They demonstrate the breadth of the issues, risks, and uncertainties with this project. There's no commitment from the staff at this stage to answer these questions, and they have again delayed responding to the discharge resource consent timeline, so response is not now expected until May, back to the hearing panel as to when things might get going again. And at the same time, it's been advertised in our local paper and a bulletin from the council that the staff are reviewing whether land irrigation remains the preferred disposal option. So what I'd like to do now is cover off four main issues. with the project. Is by no means all of the issues, but these are 4 high-level ones. First of all, it's not going to be 100% land disposal. The staff now accept this is not possible, but the overflows are not infrequent, as is being stated, for example, to our community board earlier this week. The most recent modelling by your consultants, PDP, showed that treated wastewater overflows would occur once in every 2.5 years. They are overflow seasons, meaning there could be multiple overflows during that season, generally the winter, and they could be up to 13% of the wastewater, or 40,000 cubic metres, lasting for 32 days or more. Experts agree that further overflows are likely due to irrigation conditions to avoid land saturation and runoff. So effectively, this scheme has become a dual discharge system, part to land, part to harbour. So the question is, where in the harbour? And I'm putting up this map here, which was put up for our community board again on Monday this week, showing where the potential overflows will go. Now that, I've circled it in yellow so you can see it. That is that main car park when you first come into Akaroa, where the boat launching is and where a whole lot of recreational activities take place. And what the staff informed the community board is that the overflows will either take place right on the foreshore or either 100, 200 or 300 metres out. And with the statement that 300 metres out would be getting very expensive. Now, disposal to this area is totally unacceptable. This is a high public use recreational area. That's where our boat launch is, kayak launching, all sorts of recreational activities there. It is a shallow, poorly flushing, ecologically sensitive tidal estuary, and raw and treated overflows will be concentrated in this area. There has been absolutely no consultation whatsoever with the Akaroa community about this idea. There has only been consultation with the Runanga. And I bring this up because the Runanga have actually said yes to this. So this is disposal of treated wastewater to the harbour with a 2-day retention time in a wetland that would be higher up the hill near the treatment plant. That is a very significant shift in their viewpoint, a 2-day retention time in a wetland, and significant to opening up other opportunities that might be a lot more sensible than this awful idea. The next issue we have is that now the devotional system, which was going to be completely separate, is to be combined with Akaroa. The community has never been consulted on the idea of combining the two. It was only consulted on 2 separate systems. There are no council resolutions covering this combination. There's very little information about how it worked practically in the public domain. And most worrying, the application for the devotional irrigation field has been repeatedly delayed, and we suspect this is because it is running into serious issues itself. The third issue we have is that the treatment standard has been reduced. Now, all through that consultation, 2015 to 2020, it was ultrafiltration that was promised to the community that would remove things like bacteria and viruses from the wastewater. But now it has been downgraded, and it was only introduced at the hearing by the council's applicant's evidence to a sequenced batch reactor SBR process, which is a gravity rather than a filtration process. We asked Google to explain the difference to us, and it told us that you would use SBR, the sequenced batch reactor, when you wanted a basic level of wastewater treatment where handling variable flow rates is important and where cost-effective operation is the priority, whereas you would have ultrafiltration when you wanted high-level wastewater quality for reuse applications, when you wanted to remove very small particles such as bacteria and viruses, and situations where consistent effluent quality is critical. Well, that's the standard of treatment we want if this wastewater is to be disposed of to land in our communities or into our harbour, not the lower standard of treatment. And the fourth issue is still infiltration. We've talked to you about storm and groundwater infiltration before. It remains very high in wet winters. It is the main cause of both raw overflows and seepage of sewage out to the beach, causing beach closures. And it is the I&I, the infiltration, the huge spikes in winter that cause the need for such a large and expensive system. requiring 10 Olympic swimming pools worth of treated wastewater storage, overflows still occurring every couple of winters when these are full, and a treatment plant needing to cope with high flow variability. And finally, we want to point out here that the I&I figures given by the staff, both at the hearing and to the community board, are misleading because they keep quoting annual averages, which the dry summer offsets the wet winter, masks the real scale of the problem in winter. And we have the spreadsheet where it's calculated based on very poor quality, guesstimated data. Another matter that's come up is the new national wastewater standards that the government is bringing in. We do not think that these new standards are a reason for further delay, and the hearing panel has also told the council they're not a reason to defer the applications for the discharge consents. It's only a consultation document that's out at the moment, likely to be controversial with uncertain outcomes and to take time to resolve. In our view, having read through the draft standards, is that land irrigation on these sites in Robinson's Bay will be even more difficult to achieve under the new national standards than they are now. So what do we want? We're asking you to now finally abandon this land irrigation idea. You've been looking for 17 years, since 2007, for a land irrigation system, and it is just not feasible. We're now talking about costs of well over 107 million that's been budgeted. That's over 100,000 per property connected. And what hasn't been talked about, and the real elephant in the room, is the ongoing operating costs of this hugely complicated condition, which would be very high just from the pumping costs and the management costs before you even add in any onerous consent conditions that are likely to be applied to the land irrigation. And we want to see you stopping work on those sites in Robinson's Bay, not putting good money after bad and planting over 100,000 further seedlings out there. And we would like to see that consent application withdrawn now. Enough ratepayer funds have been wasted. There have been huge changes to the application since it was lodged, and further delay is unreasonably burdensome on the community. And we would like you to refocus the budget, that's 596 in the draft annual plan, onto assessing alternatives for the wastewater disposal with a focus on the environment, on climate resilience, and on the simplicity of operation. We want you to put in a system that's going to work for the next 50 years when we know we are going to have the ravages of climate change hitting both our infrastructure and our council budgets. So options that seem reasonable sitting on the table at the moment that are discussed during the hearing are a mid-harbour outfall with that cultural treatment through a wetland. If it's good enough to go into Children's Bay, it should be good enough to go into the harbour with the same level of wetland treatment. Or an ocean outfall, which gets it right out of the harbour altogether. Oh goodness, sorry. Or the deep bore injection. We want you to undertake a comprehensive repair of the sewer pipes. That job has to be done sometime or other. You can't have these leaking pipes. And to choose an appropriate treatment system, treatment plant, once you have decided what your disposal environment is, and once you've got the I&I down and you know what you're dealing with. And finally, to engage in genuine consultation with the community. No more spin, but coming out and actually tapping into that deep level of expertise that we have about this in our community. And on that note, we would be very happy to meet with you in a separate forum to discuss this further. So happy to take questions.
Or I'd like to have another minute if you would indulge me, please. And I'm happy to give you those from my own time to follow, because I think this is a really
you're next,
important...
aren't you? You're Jan.
I'm Jan Cook,
yeah, that's right.
yeah.
I
think because I think this is a very important point, and this is a very big issue. So I listened to Harry Stronach on Tuesday, and he talked about the financial cost, but there's also been an enormous cost in voluntary time and the emotional toll on individuals and the community. And what I want to say is we've really appreciated the effort that the hearing panel has put into actually understanding the issues and giving submitters the time that they need, treating them with respect and asking probing questions, and also acknowledging the personal toll of the process. And I think the council ought to learn from this and listen to those with knowledge. So can we all please now get around the table, as Suki has asked?
Absolutely. Now, is that the end of your bit? Oh, sorry. Okay. Is there any questions? No, I must say that's a very well put together presentation. It's very clear. And so I thank you for all the work you've done on it, and it will be looked at, I'm sure. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
It's yours. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joanna, here.
Sorry, I have a personal submission which will be very brief.
That's right. No, that's right. I've got
On an
confused.
only slightly related topic, and I'm not even sure if the annual plan's the right place to ask for this, but I was coming anyway, so I thought I'd bring it up. And it struck me when we spent 4 days at the Gaiety Hall as part of the wastewater hearings, 4 long days, and what was a real problem was that there is no internet availability there. As the town's main meeting place, I think that that you charge community groups and others a decent rental on to use it. It would be really useful in this day and age if we could have Wi-Fi available at the Gaiety Hall, and I've conducted a bit of an informal survey since then of people that are using the hall, and they all agree that it would be helpful. I mean, it would have been helpful for the ECAN staff that were trying to set up streaming and things like that from those hearings. It would just be better than individual submitters having to set up hotspots from their mobiles and pay for data themselves to present to something that's actually in the public interest. So, I don't know why the Gaiety doesn't have Wi-Fi, but it's time that it did.
But, yeah, that's right, because it's going right past the door, isn't it, out on the street?
I presume the council gets a pretty good rate on these things.
But,
So-
I know exactly what you're saying. So everyone's in the 21st century, so we should be helping everyone out as much as we can.
Yeah,
So,
and perhaps not the Gaiety Hall, just the Gaiety, but all of these places where the community needs to congregate. So that's really all I have to say on that one. Please look into that. Maybe I need to talk to the community board, but I sort of talk to you guys while I was here.
yeah, good on you. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Joanna, please. Okay. Mary, please. Not going too good. Joanna was here.
Apologies, I have them both names here.
Just check Roland if you like, Your Worship. Okay, so we'll go. Excuse me one sec. So,
We're a wee bit ahead of time, so there may be.
we are ahead of time, so just talk amongst yourself, Tim. So we're back here at 11:20. Joanna, good to see you. Far away. You have 5 minutes to talk about whatever you like.
What topic I'm going to be talking about. Good morning. The Shirley Community Centre was demolished in 2012 after the earthquakes. Last year, the Waipapa Community Board, after receiving the long-awaited feasibility study, made the decision to make a mixed-use reserve and are currently designing a small building. Since this decision, I've been researching and writing my own feasibility study and business case that includes a new fit-for-purpose building that is about relocating the Shirley Library to Shirley Road. Our communities have lost a lot since the earthquakes. Our schools, our Shirley Community Centre, and now our Emmett Street trees. My submission is simple. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. Your support can make a difference in the lives of those living in the communities around Shirley Road. Thank you.
All right. So, Pauline, you got a question? No? Okay. Yeah, Tim. Tim, Pauline, then Tim, sorry.
I thought the library at the based at the mall was doing very well, was very successful and
It
very
is
well.
doing very well, but it's very small and it's only about a third of the space. The rest of the space is used for office spaces for the library staff, the governance team for the other community board, and it's not adequate. It doesn't have a boardroom, doesn't have meeting rooms, doesn't have learning spaces. We're limited in what we can actually provide for our residents there. And my feasibility study shows that it's not what we actually need for our communities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the area that you're looking to take to, it is large enough to put all that in?
Yes. The community board have already done the site process and they've said that it's got plenty of meterage to be able to provide all that. The community centre was 1,500 metres squared, and the building that they're currently looking at replacing it with is 400 metres. So it's a significant decrease in size of what we had previously.
Pauline?
No, thank you, Joanna. And the reason for that is I'm just wondering if you know that when the board went out for consultation about what to do with that site, it was 50% of people wanted to retain it as just green space and 50% of people wanted a new centre. So what they've done is both.
Yep,
Come back
and
with
I've come back and done my own feasibility study and recalculated the feedback, and that data is incorrect. If you look at the information that I provided in Excel spreadsheets,
Right.
the numbers are not right. And the second consultation includes information and votes from an event that was on the 6th of July, and the submissions didn't open until I think the 12th of July. So they shouldn't have been included, in my opinion.
You probably need to, because the community board has now embarked on the process, set up a working group and everything to follow that decision that they made to do 50% green space, 50% centre, which means the centre will be smaller than the old one. You probably need to take that back through to the community board if you're disputing the data. And
I
then,
can do, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Good as gold. Thank you very much for coming in.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Mary, please, Mary. Yep. Thank you.
When it comes to transport, improvements for other groups often result in disadvantages for pedestrians, especially renaming footpaths shared paths. Other decisions, look at this, it's porous, like using this porous material for footpaths will benefit everyone. It uses recycled rubber from vehicle tyres too. Please at least trial materials like this. I made a Freedom of Information request to see the plans for these planned cycleways, as I'm concerned decisions will disadvantage pedestrians. But there are no plans. Considering just the Heathcote River route to illustrate funding, I note that in the 2015 to 2025 and the 2021 to 2031 plans, funds allocated in the following 3 years, 1.6 million and 206,000. How were these funds spent if there is no plan? This bike map shows that a route for all 3 cycleways might have been planned if I didn't know that the Freedom of Information response that there are no plans. In the current long-term plan, 89 million has been allocated to these 3 cycleways that have no plan. No plans for where they will go, composition of paths, their width, etc. How can you decide this funding with any accuracy? Another Freedom of Information asking about your footpath renewals in Summerfield Park 3 years ago. No plans, it's just footpath replacement. An external contractor, yet a new path as you can see. Who approved the extra path and expenditure for this? Coronation Hill Historic Reserve, footpath renewal. A digger used to cut into the volcanic rock, bottom middle, to give a standard width. The rock used as base material, left photo. Shingle brought in from Springfield to replace a natural footpath, probably used constantly for over 100 years. I first ran this path over 45 years ago and have run over it hundreds of times in all seasons and weather, and it was never muddy, slippery or dusty due to its gentle slope and aspect. The bottom right is the path on the crater rim that was bypassed, just that section, to get a shorter new path. Looking to Coronation Hill Reserve on the left, there are natural paths going to the right of the hill which blend into the natural surroundings. By creating the path directly from the end of the car park, rather than from the other end, as it was, this stunning view of the harbour is bypassed. This is the comparison of the path going on either side of Coronation Hill. An original path on the left and the new path on the right. When I complained to Christchurch City Council and obtained a Freedom of Information of the works, these were included in the response. I fear that we are going to lose the special character of the footpaths on the Port Hills for this and future generations with renewal of tracks without making the natural environment a major consideration. Some maintenance is required, but not the complete replacement with a path foreign to the area. Natural paths regularly requiring some agility, eye-foot coordination are beneficial to our bodies, and with twisting and turning and stepping up and down, using muscle groups not otherwise used. I had to use a Freedom of Information to retain the Coronation Hill Historic Reserve Management Plan, which is dated 1989, hence requires reviewing. These works were within staff delegation, which it appears that all footpath works may be. There is no input by elected representatives or, of course, residents and users of these paths. A few staff decide works that cannot be reversed. My complaint was rejected because the decision makers weren't interested in other opinions, especially since they had completed the work no one else knew were planned. Some maintenance would have cost much less than the $32,000. A comparison with Harry L. Walkway, last major works in the 1970s using pick, shovel, barrows and manpower. These are examples of the track surface, terrain in keeping with the natural environment, an uneven surface, protruding roots and rocks, ensuring good foot-eye coordination, adapting stride lengths and body flexibility. A very popular track, lots of mental and physical health benefits, but it's concerning that staff delegation may see a digger go through this to remove anything preventing a standard width and smooth, even surface, plus a waste of thousands of dollars. Steps on the Port Hills are out of character and dangerous. Where these steps now are was previously strategically placed stones, much less risk of nasty falls. No, not going. It's not going to the next one. Christchurch City Council have removed the option of contracting yourselves by email. Why? For the sender, it ensures a time-stamped record of contact with the council and permits the inclusion of pictures. The recent Water Done Well consultation, if you completed the online form, did not result in being able to print a copy of your submission or confirmation of receipt. No, I had a summary, but there's no time for that. Thank you.
Okay, Tyler, please.
Hi, Mary. I remember you from last summer. I believe you were the marathon. You ran marathons in your day, correct?
A long time ago, yeah.
I just wanted to talk about the porous pavement you got there. Is it flexible in all conditions? So, for example, if there were tree roots coming under, would it actually navigate around it?
Yeah, I got this from the UK. I took it to the council where I was living at the time, and they told me it wasn't up to specifications for footpaths. I contacted back the company I got the sample from, and they told me they had laid it all in central Manchester. So, yeah, and the advantage is that it doesn't split like asphalt does with tree roots. It's softer to land on. It uses recycled rubber, so it's environmentally friendly from that aspect. I just can't see any disadvantage of it.
Yeah,
we do have some in town already around the trees and stuff on that top end High Street Mall kind of space. The trees have got that around and around on Colombo Street and stuff.
Yeah, some councils do it for trees, not for pedestrians.
Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. Righto. Thank you very much, Mary, for your patience and coming in to tell us what's going on. Okay, so we'll just ahead of one person, but Colin's here, I see down the back. So if you'd like to come up front, please, Colin, that'd be good.
Kia ora koutou.
Every Colin, every time I see you, it reminds me of our friend Keith.
Right. I'm here for my annual bleat on why is no one listening to these criticals? Sorry? Oh, you. Simple, cheap, and endlessly repeated proposals for our well-being and joy. We need to be more aspirational and promote all of our special assets. I hosted Chinese students, teachers and parents on a 3-day extravaganza of Otautahi a few months ago on what most visitors miss out on. Moving on, we need to demand, together with all councils and iwi of the Super South, a fair deal on central government investment in Te Waka o Maui, not Ika, as I wrote, for the AAA light commuter rail arc into the city. Let's have our stadium labelled the National Stadium. The new bioeconomy head office here, the amalgamation of a whole lot of CRIs, needs to be maintained here in Christchurch or Lincoln. Our new medical school that's being proposed could be here, why not? We've already got half of it here already. We need to get our museum rebuilt through central government funding, like they fund all of the northern museums. Word has it that Plant and Food up in Hamilton are gunning for the head office of that new institution to be in Hamilton, where the Golden Triangle is, where all of the country's resources are being poured. We have to stop this rot now for the South Island and stop being hollowed out. We cannot afford to lose this last New Zealand head office out of Te Waiponamu. If you want an indicator of economic strength, then you need to have influence, career paths, bureaucrat offices and investment with all the associated spillover into the domestic economy. This is so important. We need to shout from the rooftops that we're beautiful, diverse, full of energy, viable, inclusive, prosperous, etc., and joyful. And I have all my usual pictures there. Promote our New Zealand's first urban Great Walk, which celebrates the diversity, which is open all the time, not just when the main great walks in the national parks are open because of weather effects or lack of accommodation. We need to consult a wider range of ecologists, how to integrate nature and urban living, not be afraid of densification all the time. We need to expand our identity by visual dominance of indigenous trees and plants, and promote the what I call the 10K capital city of golden winters. You can explain more of that later if you wish. Moving along here, I realise the time's going. We need a constellation of halo generating eco sanctuaries, as has been hugely invested in the North Island. We're missing out in a big way, both in terms of the effect on identity and in terms of conservation of our rare and endangered species. Yeah, that was there. We can be the first national park city in New Zealand for a change. And we should, I believe, abandon the unaffordable rebuild of a fake cathedral, that'll be controversial, and retain the authentic historic roots like we didn't do with the Basilica. It's the Coventry Cathedral model. It exists. It's not new. It's we should be applying that and have a real history in this land. I've been promoting this kind of concept of this platform of peace for decades, since the earthquakes, and it's still not happening. And yet, for evil to triumph, it only takes good people or busy people to do nothing. And that's what we seem to keep doing. We can't afford to wait. We're facing serious, major existential crises in the world. I've also been requesting citizen assemblies for years. Everyone just nods their head, still waiting to see them. We need to, there's a wider base of expertise out there that wants to be involved, and they don't need to be paid. They can just do it for nothing, I can tell you, as one has been doing. All these proposals essentially cost nothing if devised by citizen assemblies with quadruple bottom line skill sets. The knowledge is already out there. These ideas have been tested with service clubs, NGOs, students and visitors, and they all pretty much love it, I can tell you. Now, we are the most popular city in the country, it seems, and our universities are. It's partly because of the lower cost of living here, but we've got to avoid shooting ourselves in the foot and killing the goose that lays the golden egg. Keep the cost of living down, not speculating on property, etc., and focus on quality of life rather than endless growth of material consumption. We can be more than what I believe Christchurch NZ and the Chamber of Commerce generally tend to let fall under the radar. So my main final points are bring in these quadruple bottom line citizen assemblies. There's people out there that want to contribute, and that we can help and build this wonderful city together with the council. We need to get more central government investment and to march on Parliament to do that, together with all of the other governments and iwi around the South Island. We need those head offices in the South Island, the other points that I've made. Market our natural and cultural assets for long stay ecotourism, celebrate and be a model and beacon on positive action and more sort of progressive human nature to maintain the popularity that we've currently got, and to sell it and to spread this halo around the country and, of course, out to the wider world. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Tyler, please.
Yeah, I made it this time.
You're doing all right.
Kia ora, Colin. Good to see you. I just have a question, and it sort of encapsulates everything you've been talking about. You were doing some work in the Riccarton ward in Take It Place. How's that tracking along at the moment?
Seems to be stalled.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure why. I know the local residents there keep raising it periodically, probably with yourself and others.
Yeah.
But nothing seems to be happening there. Happy to help when I can. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Cheers.
Mm-hmm. It's just creating another one of those little nodes of stepping stones of nature through the landscape. I've had a student this morning actually at former councillor Barbara Stewart's place, looking at all the regeneration of tūtara seedlings around a giant tūtara she's got at the bottom of her property. So, things are happening in terms of nature and regeneration, and it's part of, symbolic of regeneration of the whole city and our lives, I believe.
Okay, good. Thank you, Colin. It's always good to see. Celeste.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the breadth of your vision. In terms of any specific actions apart from those that you've mentioned, in relation to the annual plan, Is there anything that you would like to see more of in terms of budgets or priorities, sort of really tangible things that we can ask for?
Look, I had in my original intro, I realise that this is more to do with the kind of long-term 10-year plan, but we don't have time to wait for that. I don't have time to read, these plans. I know more broadly, the day-to-day activities that you've got to be budgeting for. I'm actually sort of basically, offering a concept which doesn't need to cost anything, or very little, minimal. We can come and meet in your meeting rooms and stuff. We had a biodiversity advisory group some years ago, but it just sort of like there was no internal kind of energy to maintain it. It was partly due to all sorts of changes going on there. But I'm a parochial Cantabrian. I want to see this place be better, and it can be, and happy to help do that. Okay.
So in terms of one possible action that we can request, we do have a biodiversity policy advisor that's been employed recently. So it might be something that we could seek to engage with you through that particular person.
Yeah, sure.
So we can request that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I know the local biodiversity experts in the council, but I wasn't aware of that particular thing. And yep.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much for your time, Colin. Good to see you.
Christchurch 360 Trail, leading a group round there in the walking festival.
Good work. Fiona, please.
Which microphone? Oh, let's go for this one. Tēnā koutou katoa. Sorry, I'm late. I chose the wrong day to catch the number 8 bus with the drivers going to union meetings. Thanks for slotting me in here. I'm just going to talk about transport. There's a whole lot of other stuff in my submission, but I'm just going to focus on transport. Firstly, I disagree with the government's proposal to reverse speed limit changes, and I urge you to please consult with the people and try to keep those speed limits, to stop wasting money on changing speed limits back to faster speeds, which is totally unnecessary, as the people want the slower speeds and they save lives. I'm disappointed that, of course, my local cycleway, the Wheels to Wings, has been delayed yet again, but I'm pleased to see that at least the crossing outside Harewood School and some other crossings are being done. Could I urge you to please do all of the crossings and do temporary, like Park Terrace, temporary cycleway down the rest of the route, which is much cheaper, and then at some future time when we have a left-leaning government, we could put in a permanent solution to those temporary solutions that are put in for now. But all of those crossings, the roundabout, which is a complete nightmare, up near Numbuck Boulevard, all of those crossings need to be put in place sooner so that those temporary routes can be formed. The same can be done in the northeast with temporary routes put in and some crossings put in at key places, so that at a future point we can have those permanent cycleways as we desire and we desperately need, especially in the northwest and the northeast of the city. Disappointed, of course, with the bus Lincoln Road being delayed again. I understand that you want to get some government money. It's a real juggle, but we just desperately need to get our buses more reliable. I was 20 minutes delayed today, for example. There was no information to say which routes were being delayed and which routes were being cancelled today on the bus website. It was absolute shambles. And the buses are key for people like me who are currently unable to ride a bicycle. What else was I going to say? I might leave it there and open up to questions.
Okay. Celeste, please.
Thanks for coming in and your submission. In terms of some of the crossing points that you, were you able to get a list of some of those areas that you think are particularly problematic, so that we can sort of start looking at those? Because I think it is a good approach of looking at targeted improvements, and that can be quite an effective approach. But getting some feedback. I mean,
I can address the ones for the Wheels to Wings route because I know that route very well. I can't address the ones in the northeast because we don't even know where those two routes, the one going to New Brighton and the one going to Bottle Lake, we don't even know where they go. But if you can imagine, every single possible like traffic lights that we know that's going to go through, making sure that we put in cycle facilities at all of those points. For the wheels to wings, it's so starting at the railway line, we've got the railway line, we just need to put the lights, get the lights operational. So the one between Matson's Ave and Chapel, that's about to happen as part of the consultation that said that was going to happen anyway. And then when we get to the intersection with Greers and Harewood, we could put cycle facilities in there. The roundabout is the key one. That's a massive redo of the roundabout. I think the whole roundabout should just go to a single lane. It takes out all the confusion. I know it's a massive rejig, but the single lane would just takes away all the confusion of that roundabout because people do not indicate. And then the next one would be Gardeners Breens Harewood, which is in the consultation, desperately needed. I live very close to the intersection, and there are people who stop in the middle of the intersection to get across it. It's an absolute nightmare. And then at the end of Namak Boulevard, there needs to be a crossing there, and then the Harewood School. So that's the wheels to wings route there.
Okay. All good. Yeah. Aaron?
Yeah, Fiona, on the roundabout one, Phil did a back of the envelope at some point, it's not public knowledge, of taking the roundabout out and realigning the intersection there. So just making it, so obviously you're going to sweep the road round and line up with Highstead and have just a regular intersection. Do you think that would be a lot better than trying to fix an egg-shaped roundabout?
I mean, people love the trees. So if we could find a way to put trees in.
Or keep as many of the ones there as possible.
Yeah, I know some of them are at end of life anyway. But yeah, I think traffic lights would be safer than the egg-shaped roundabout. It's just finding ways to put trees in. So having massive berms outside where those intersections could be, have massive berms and put those trees in. But I think some of those trees sadly need to be pulled down. But the ones that can be saved, it'd be great to save them somehow.
Yeah, some of the medium ones can be moved. Tree Tech have got their tree mover. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah. Are they not too old for that?
They can go up to 30 odd foot or 25 foot, so quite a reasonable sized tree.
Yeah, it'd be good to put natives in as well and not gum trees or whatever the hell's there.
Yeah.
Okay, and Pauline, please.
Can you refresh my memory, Fiona? Was there ever an option of a single lane roundabout?
No, I believe it was going to retain, despite reducing to one lane, I think it was still going to retain some element of two lanes, especially on the Farrington side, I believe. But that just leads to so much confusion and near misses every single day. People just don't understand how to safely let people in and give way to the right. It's just, it needs to be re-looked at in terms of worst case scenario instead of best case scenario.
Okay. Yeah, because my experience of driving through there, it's not super huge volume of cars, is it?
Oh, it can be. Yeah, school rush and just normal rush hours it's a nightmare.
But then they peel off around it, don't they? They're not all going the one way.
Yeah, but people don't indicate, especially say outside Caltex. That's the worst corner for people not indicating. They're indicating right, and then they pull off and they go up Highstead. It's terrible.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thoroughly agree. Thank you very much for making the effort to zoom in instead of zoom on. So good on you.
Cool. Thanks for sorting me in.
Okay, so we're now going to have a break till 12:05. so we're right on time. Diane's here, a concerned ratepayers of Canterbury region, and you've got 10 minutes for that and then 5 minutes for yourself, I believe. Is that right?
Hi, yeah, that's right. Hopefully I can just combine it all and...
You just chatter away, you'll be right.
Nothing unusual. Okay. You guys have made me all nervous now.
Yeah.
Oh. Right. Yeah, the annual plan. As it's in the name, concerned ratepayers, we're very concerned about rates going up continually year after year after year because it's just really unaffordable. And this first slide, you know, when we were asked on the form, what do we think of the average rate increase of 7.58% across all ratepayers, which is slightly less than the 8.48% signaled in the long-term plan. Well, that seems great. But if people don't search up this and see that it's going to jump up to forecast to jump up to 10.38% and forecast 8.62% if we go along with that, that's a hell of a lot more money. Excuse me. So that's a heck of a lot more money. So I'm wondering how many have ticked the box that, yes, they accept that, but not realizing what's to come afterwards. So I think this is a problem. This is not sustainable. This is not acceptable because people are struggling to pay for food, struggling to pay for rent, you know. So there's a lot of people in this situation. A lot of people here in this building are struggling. They don't want their rates to go up more. So then it's looking at, did we get to the next? Oh yeah, so the rate increases. There needs to be more frugal management and focus on the core services. Maintaining infrastructure is essential. And borrowing more is not the answer. So next slide. And so suggestions of where to save money. Well, $75,000 for the feasibility study of a skate park to host a national or international competition. I understand now why Washington Skate Park is where it is, but there's actually no room. If you look online where they have international competitions, they have huge seating available, and there's no room for that. Are you going to be hanging it off the overpass? I don't think so. You know, like, you need a lot more room. And yeah, so I really don't see Washington Skate Park as a place unless you block it off and you use half of the skate park for these massive temporary seating arrangements. But then you need portaloos and food trucks and who knows what all. And it just becomes a big mess. And when we're looking to save money, I would just say, no, it's not realistic at this time, maybe in the future. And then $200,000 for a scoping study for Central City Shuttle Service. Now, people in our group are divided over, you know, whether we should even have a shuttle service within the city because we have electric scooters and so on that people can use now. But, I mean, other people don't want to use electric scooters. They don't feel confident in using them and various reasons. But why are we having these studies? Why is this being outsourced? $75,000 outsourced, $200,000 outsourced to consultants, overseas consulting firms. So this is a huge question because, well, where am I here? Okay, here we go, down here. I mean, millions have been sent on overseas consulting firms. So 28,575,487 over 12 years was spent on one consulting firm. Another one, it was 24,910,856 on a different one over the same 12 years. That money, that's a lot of money, and that could be spent over a lot of different pipes, you know, our water infrastructure, roading, everything that we need, you know, so what benefit is this coming to? And that there's a lot of experts within the community, there's a lot of shared wisdom. So I feel that council needs to find different ways of connecting with the community, and Facebook is not the answer because a lot of people aren't on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook for one, but, you know, having to find different ways. So road renewals, gosh, the time goes quickly. Road renewals is another thing that we can find abilities to save money. So every road renewal seems to come with speed bumps, narrowing the street, and street gardens. For example, Chelsea Street, it's a quiet street in Linwood next to Eastgate Mall. You'd think it would be busy, but it's not, because it's a cul-de-sac at one end. The other end, it just goes left turn onto Linwood Ave. And one of the residents found out that, they had this big plan. They were told, this is what we're going to do to Chelsea Street. This is what we're going to do. They weren't asked. And she phoned in to find out why they were going to have not one, not two, not three, but 4 speed bumps in a 300-meter area. Plus tall trees built under, in one of these built-out kind of garden areas, tall trees under wires. Like, that's really dumb. Why put tall trees under wires that are going to have to be chopped down later? Really dumb. So, and sorry if anyone's here is the designer here. I know you guys are all trying your best. So there was one person on Chelsea Street that complained about the speed. One person. Now, the speed limit is 30K, so anything over 30K is speeding. I live on Wairaki Road. I heard, and there's roadworks there. I heard somebody in the wee hours of the morning speeding down Wairaki Road. Anywhere in the city, you're going to have idiots speeding at odd hours of the day and night. So what is actually going on here? Why do we need this? So this is one street, but this is something that's happening on different streets. But I have to say something positive here too, and that is on Brindware Road. This isn't Brindware Road, by the way. On Brindware Road, they have put something out to ask the community what they want for their street renewal. So this is the kind of thing that I think that needs to happen more before expensive plans and things are put forward, and before council is telling people what they want to do. They need to ask the community what you want, and they do need gutters and things fixed up there. Okay, so on to the next thing, which this is Harewood Road. So I found out some information yesterday that's going to change my thinking here a bit. But anyway, Harewood Road, we approved the, I don't know what you call it, the shortened version, and having the, but anyway, this crossing, this pedestrian crossing between Matson's Avenue and Chapel Street. Can I walk up so this thing will work? Can I walk up so the pointer will work?
No, we can see it. Well,
it's not working though. It's not.
No, it's not working.
Anyway, okay, so there's, it's going to be hard. Anyway, between Matson and Chapel Street, there's a pedestrian crossing. So those 2 red circles is already where there's crossings available. But I found out this is for a cycleway. So make the next one, please. So these all are where there's crossings on Harewood Road. So coming up Matson Street and then Chapel Street, there's a lot of traffic that goes between those 2 streets. This is my hood, so I know. Up and down, there's a lot of people there. And on Harewood Road, you will get people using the flush medium waiting to be able to turn right onto Matson Street. See, this damn thing doesn't work. Anyway, and that's where they're wanting to put this crossing for the cyclists. But the cycleway is coming up the right side of Matson Avenue, and then just before Harewood Road, it's going to go to the left side, right in front of a preschool. So you're going to have all these cyclists whizzing by, all these parents and little kids trying to get to and from a preschool. And then they're going to cross the street, and then they're going to turn right to connect up to the cycleway that's with the railway line. To me, this is madness. And I've been told that, that you can't change it, but this is all just lines on a paper or lines on a computer at this point, so why can't you change it? It's better to get it done right. Why not just go straight up Matson Avenue, cross the street there? There's enough room, so you're not going to be going directly into the entranceway for Mitre 10 there. And then they can turn right. They're going to have to go in front of Mitre 10, the entrance for Mitre 10 anyway. And I bet a lot of people will be going up. Oh, God. They'll be using Mitre 10 car park as a way to go through there and then connect back up on the other side of Mitre 10. You can connect up with the railway. Sorry, I'm just talk too much. So the Climate Resilient Fund, it's not a cycleway fund. Use it as a reserve. that it's for, oh, go to the next one.
You're right, don't panic, you're doing right.
So this is a council model from, so that's showing where everything is going to flood in a 1 in 100 year storm. So this isn't going to be something that's happening all the time, but in a 1 in 100 year storm, we're going to get all these areas flooded. So all of Sumner and so on. And the mayor was on the radio the other day explaining that they're changing where they're going to allow buildings to be, because that was going to be part of it. But then he spoke and took away my thunder there. Sorry. So, so anyway, I understand that. But you have that Te Kura wetland in Hoswell. That's also, I mean, things like that. That's part of a resilience fund. That's what this fund should be used for, to mitigate flooding in these areas. Because this isn't something from the ice melting and slowly the sea level rising. This is from a big storm. So I'm sorry. I wanted to have time for questions, but I just can't speak off the cuff. And
Kelly had his hand up very early, so he can ask a question.
Oh, I've got 5 more minutes.
We don't let Kelly talk very much.
Yeah, for good reason. Diane, thank you. That was really interesting. You've
sorry, go on.
You've obviously got a lot of questions about a lot of things, and you know this is not really a forum to provide a lot of answers. But have you actually talked to your local community board reps or your local councillor? Because
I talk to Victoria all the time.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I talked to her yesterday, and she told me some of these changes, so I was just like,
okay,
throwing my whole speech out of whack.
She will have a lot of answers for you and can source them. Because most of us spend our days answering queries from people who have questions. So, yeah. Good.
Andre?
Thank you. Yeah, I've got to ask, because it's something I'm struggling to determine an answer for. Just touch on your submission, the need to spend less, need to raise down. Do you believe we can afford the $5 million towards the Air Force Museum at this time? We will need to rate for it.
For the which?
For the Air Force Museum.
We get additional rate revenue.
Oh, I think I'm...
Well, it's a tough one, but I saw there's a yes, and it'd be good to get your perspective.
I think I supported that one because I thought, oh, well, you know, you're always trying to make things to bring people into the city. Yeah. And it's a national level museum. But basically, yeah, that's a tough one.
Okay, yeah. Far away with your other submission.
Pardon?
Didn't you have a personal submission, a second one that you wanted to do?
Well, I was going to just sort of put them all together, but I just finished it off. I finished it off, too quickly because I thought I didn't think I had time.
So, any more questions for Diane? All good?
Well, Diane, is there anything that you rushed over that you would like to take a little bit more time to talk about? Because you've got 2.5 minutes left.
I guess the Climate Resilience Fund. I think I said enough on that, did I? Do you reckon? Also, the Harewood Road thing. I mean, I know you said that it's been set in concrete, but they haven't dug anything up. It's still lines on a piece of paper. I don't see why it can't be changed. And so, because it's for the cyclists as well, because that area is a well-used area, and you're going to have more interaction between cars and cyclists if it's on that left-hand side of the road. So I'm sorry for you guys. My pointer won't point far enough, and it's hard to explain just in words. But if it's, I'm not saying not have it, it's just have it on the side of the road that's with an alignment with the cycleway itself. Mm-hmm. Because you will get the cyclists going there, crossing the street, and I bet you they're gonna realize if they do it often enough, they can cut through Mitre 10 and connect up that way instead of going down Harewood Road to connect up to the same cycleway. Like, why wouldn't you do that? I would do that.
Okay, that is absolutely perfect. Thank you so much for coming in.
Okay.
It's always enlightening listening to you. So it's good.
Pardon?
It's always enlightening listening to you.
Well, I try not to be boring because, who wants to listen to a boring person? And I try to be educational if possible.
No, you've done a good job. Well done. Thank you very much.
Keep the rates down. That's the main thing. Keep the rates down.
Okay, so I'm going to probably say this wrong. Vianney, Alana, and Sila. Please.
Sweet. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, talo whalava malo lei ni sampula vanaka. Namaste, kia ora na talo hani malo ni whakarowhalai atu and warmest Pacifica greetings to you all. My name is Viange Makaliu and I'm the event manager for SpecPac Canterbury Polyfest. And do you want to introduce
Yep, talo whalava. I am Salau for Sumner and I'm the vice chair for the SpecPac Trust.
Cool. And so we're here today to speak a little bit about SpecPac Canterbury and obviously we'll get a little bit further into it, but maybe I'll go through the slides so then I don't run out of time at the end. Hopefully we'll have enough time for questions as well. So SpecPac initiatives, they aim to celebrate and preserve Pacific culture, foster community engagement and inclusivity, build visibility of Pacific in Christchurch, provide a platform for young performers and artists, staircasing Pacific students with educational and career pathways, promote networking and provide leadership development for Pacific youth and community. We also look to promote Pacific voices throughout our communities as well. And how do we achieve this? We have established 7 key initiatives over the last 24 years. We have our SpecPac Pacific Leadership Retreat, a retreat designed to develop the leadership skills among Pacific youth, our SpecPac Pacific Youth Awards, an awards ceremony recognising the achievements of Pacific youth, so not only our academic achievements, but also our service to the community achievements. So Christchurch City Council already sponsors one of those awards, so we're already connected somewhere in there as well. SpecPac Canterbury Polyfest, which I'll talk a little bit more to because that's our flagship kind of event. And then SpecPac Pacific Innovate, an entrepreneurial competition encouraging Pacific youth to present business ideas. SpecPac Canterbury Pacific Expo, an expo providing information on educational and career opportunities. SpecPac Canterbury Pacific Speech Festival, a competition to hone the public speaking skills of our Pacific students, encouraging participation in Pacific languages. SpecPac Leadership Breakfast as well, a networking event for Pacific leaders, educators and community members. I thought I'll talk a little bit more about SpecPac Canterbury Polyfest because that is our biggest event and our flagship event. So it's a celebration of Pacific culture. So thank you to all of those councillors that were able to make it on the day. It was awesome to have you. So here's a few photos of what we had going on the day. So it's been elevated over the years, but this year we did make some really big changes, getting in a bigger stage, creating a Pacific marketplace as well, and then just increasing the engagement with our storeholders and our community organisations. So SpecPac Canterbury Polyfest is a vibrant celebration of Pacific culture, arts and community. It provides a platform for showcasing the rich traditions of Pacific heritage, including music, dance, food and crafts. And this year we had a new edition of a Pacific marketplace. SpecPac Canterbury Polyfest attracts a diverse audience with over 25,000 attendees, and this year we had the most schools we've ever had, which was fun to organise, but we had over 30 secondary schools. That's about 1,500 students involved, and so that means that they've put away maybe 2 to 3 months of practice every single day, after school, before school, all of that, and it makes it the largest Pacific festival in the South Island. SpecPac Canterbury itself is made up of government agencies, community organisations, tertiary institutions, and only has one employee, which is the event manager for Polyfest, which is myself. The rest is all on voluntary. We do over 8,000 hours of voluntary work throughout the year. It's probably more than that, but I just made a quick calculation anyway. And we have volunteers involved in all of our initiatives throughout the year. It has expanded significantly since I first did it. When I first did it, we did it all in 1 week, but now it's over the whole year because it's gotten too big. Other than that, I'll probably hand it over to Silo and she can talk a little bit about our growth plan.
Yeah, so, like we're saying that, I guess what we know statistically, there is a big growing population of Pacific here in Christchurch, and what we're looking to cater for is that what does that mean for us as a collective? And we want to evolve how we actually service not just our youth in schools, but actually families and communities. So what we do know, we're in 24 years in the running, so we've got parents who were actually participants in Polyfest. We've got intergenerational participants. We've got, participants, and this is my own family, from a 30-year-old to 18-year-old. There's 5 of them. They've all been in this. So what we know is that some of the events that we run isn't just the secondary school students themselves. It is the lifelong learning for families. And actually what we want to look at is that how do we cater for them going forward? So with the event, you can't run an event from 8:30 to 7 on one day. We know this now, that actually we need to think bigger and have it over multiple days for itself. We know that the demands of high school students in terms of what they need to exit with at high school, we want to be better, and we want to be in that position where we offer them more. We want to be in that position, actually, we reach out to key stakeholders and make them actually, part of this pioneering journey that we're having with our community. And so, we're looking at workshops, we're looking at involving actually more around industry, around what is relevant in our community, what is relevant in the environment around sustainability, and what looks relevant in the workforce. So what we know from 5 years, 10 years ago, those things are no longer applicable. And so we want to make sure that our students in our community are still relevant, what they're learning is relevant. And so whether that's in the environment, the educational, and also improving the infrastructure, so making sure that we're equipped to provide them with the best facilities that we have. And I guess when we're looking at, we're looking at what are the partnerships that can offer those best facilities. We've gone from obviously the massive stage to previously actually being, it was night performances in Horncastle, we've been in the town hall, and so we're going to this space of evolution. What do we want that to look like? So that's kind of where our growth looks like. I look at terms of what does this benefit, what does it even mean for council? What is the impact that we're looking at? And so we've got some things up there around strengthening our engagement, supporting youth leadership, cultural vitality in events. We're talking around having a community that thrive. I guess what I want to look at here is really think around, we can be more than that as a whole. So as a collective, what is the pioneer that we want to do in a partnership? And so, is it that we actually want to raise the level of engagement right across the board, so not just at high school? And what we offer here is that actually we have access to a number of Pacific communities that we know that actually find it really hard engaging with council. And it's not just council, it's in the education sector. And so we offer this sort of medium where actually we can help elevate their voices to yourselves. We have access, and so we want to be saying, be part of this journey with us. Be part of that. Actually, as a whole, we are thriving as a community. We've just heard that actually we've run this on with one event manager. I don't know what other organisation can actually pull this sort of event off, because actually we are heavily invested in our people. And so we will put in those man hours to make sure that it is better. And every year we are refining around and having a good reflective practice around what did we do wrong, what can we be better at, and how can we make sure that our students are always looking at this is the best that we have to offer, and be the best, and to be the best, we're actually going to we can't do this by ourselves. And so that's my sort of challenge to yourselves here today, is that in this journey, what is the role that yourselves want to play? Is it that you want to play this role where you're an active bystander and you're going, that was an amazing event? Or do you want to have this role where you are pioneering beside us and going, we are part of this journey, and we want to make sure that our Pacific communities are heard, their voices are heard, and actually more than that, that once we hear them, we will action. And so this is what we're offering here. It's more than just a suite of initiatives. It's actually a journey of come and share and pioneer with us, pioneer the voices, and ensure that actually our communities feel safe, they feel heard, and actually they know who you are. They know actually the impacts of their voices around the submissions that have happened locally in their own area. And so this is it. We know that Pacific voices, quite often not heard. I see you, but I don't hear you. And so we're offering this opportunity to actually both be seen and heard by pioneering next to us. That is me.
All done.
We're just going to leave now.
Yeah. Next year as well, it does bring up our 25 years since we've started Polyfest in Christchurch. So we thought that this is the perfect opportunity for the strategic partnership with the council moving forward and kind of growing as Backpack Canterbury.
Mm-hmm. All good? All done?
Yeah.
Yep. I and a number of councillors were luckily enough to go along to Polyfest, and it is outstanding. I was only there for a shortish time, but the St Thomas students, when they were up there, that was it's always one. It was outstanding, mate. To hear them back your next stand up, it was great, very, very moving. So you're almost a victim of your own success because it's going so well down there. So I take my hat off to you, and I look forward to going next year. Celeste, please.
Thank you. I wasn't able to make it this year, unfortunately, but I went the previous year and it was amazing. In terms of the conversation around expanding it to a 2-day event, is that underway at the moment? Is that in progress?
Yes, the conversation is being had. So at the moment, how we work in terms of a timeline is we apply for funding at the start of this year. We kind of find out our funding maybe at the end of October if we're lucky. And then we try to plan in that small amount of time. What we're kind of looking at is strategic partnerships, which will allow us to have a platform of planning for the whole year. We are in those discussions now because obviously we started our debriefing and then we're moving into kind of what do we need to do. And to be honest, because we've had such a buy-in from schools, we have to expand it somewhere. And it looks like 2 days is probably our only option in that space.
And do you get the funding per year or is it?
Per year.
It would be helpful to get it maybe for
multi-year.
Multi-year funding.
Forever would be great, but yes, but multi-year would be really.
Yeah.
You mate. And Yanni, you got. We're over time, but you're always very keen on this. So please.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, just a really quick question. Obviously, we've got a couple of minutes to hear submission to the annual plan, but would you welcome the opportunity for us to have a bit more time? Maybe, like a workshop with SPACPAC and council laws at a governance level, just talking through how we could work together going forward. Would that be something that would be kind of a practical way to look at how we can best work together?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, we are definitely open to it. We've had really great conversations with some of our councillors, but also some of the management team as well. So we're very open to that conversation and happy to provide whatever we can to kind of solidify this strategic partnership if that's what we decide moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yanni. And thank you so much for what you do, and good to see you again.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so Leanne and Tate, please. Hello.
Ready? Go. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the draft annual plan today on behalf of Business Canterbury, but also obviously on behalf of our 2,800 members and the wider business community that we do represent. As many of you know, Business Canterbury has been the home and voice of Canterbury business since 1859, so over 165 years, and we are the largest business support organisation in the South Island. Our members represent the backbone of Canterbury's economy, from small retailers to large manufacturers, from hospitality businesses to tech innovators, all contributing to our region's economic growth and also our community wellbeing. Recent surveys of our membership show that Canterbury businesses remain more confident about their prospects here than for the wider New Zealand economy. In fact, 86% of Canterbury businesses believe Canterbury is heading in the right direction, compared to just 78% for New Zealand as a whole. This speaks volumes about our region's resilience and also our potential. However, that confidence is tempered by real challenges that businesses face daily. And today I'd like to just highlight several comments from our written submission on the annual draft plan, which I think are contributors to those challenges that businesses face, causing them to be hesitant about growth right now. So firstly, regarding rates and the fiscal responsibility, businesses continue to shoulder a disproportionate burden of the city's rates. This differential is difficult to justify, particularly when businesses are questioning the value they receive in return. If businesses are expected to contribute more, their voices must be considered accordingly in council decision making. As a not-for-profit ourselves, we understand the challenges of balancing service delivery with fiscal constraints. However, we urge the council to make more practical approaches to managing their costs. We talked about this in our LTP submission last year, and it's worth repeating again. Nobody will tell you to cut services. And while I do think that there are some tough decisions to be made about what the council should and shouldn't be delivering, there must be efficiencies to be made and costs available to be trimmed without having to cut services. Businesses have had to make incredibly tough decisions over the last 5 years, and I think some of the frustration that comes through from them when we hear from businesses about the council, it's because there appears to be no big decisions being made about financial sustainability in the short term. And by sustainability, I mean for the ratepayers. While I'm here, it's also worth talking about red tape. Compliance costs remain a significant barrier to business growth and can cause lost opportunities to invest in our city and create jobs off the back of where we are as a city right now, which is of course, as the best city in New Zealand with a great story to tell. The consenting process in particular needs improvement. Business owners have shared frustrating examples with you in previous sessions. These disproportionate and costly processes combined with delays actively hinder business development and economic growth. Every day a business waits for a consent is a day of lost productivity and revenue, which ultimately impacts employment and economic contributions to our city. In our recent Canterbury Business Survey, when asked how councils engage with them on decision making, nearly half of the businesses rated this engagement as average, with 39% saying it was poor and only 14% saying it was well done. There is clearly room for improvement in how council works with the business community on decisions that affect them. We need to build trust through transparency and genuine consultation. Businesses may not always agree with decisions, but what they value most is consistency and certainty in the regulatory environment. This allows them to plan investments and operations with confidence. Our businesses aren't asking for lower standards, they simply want efficient, predictable processes that allow them to plan and execute their growth strategies without unnecessary delays or costs. I know some of this is because of the legal requirements you are faced with, but share those solutions with us and we will go into bat for the council with central government. We want you to be able to make progress here also. Regarding the Climate Resilience Fund, while we support this initiative in principle, we do emphasise that priority should be given to protecting economically critical infrastructure, particularly the Port of Lyttelton, which is essential to our region's ongoing and future growth. We're concerned about the fund's governance structure. Having it controlled solely by elected members risks short-term political thinking overtaking long-term outcomes. We recommend incorporating independent expertise to ensure decisions remain focused on long-term resilience priorities beyond election cycles. Finally, infrastructure development is critical to Canterbury's future growth. In our survey last year, 40% of businesses rank economic development as their top priority for councils, higher than any other council function. A significant part of this is ensuring that we have the right infrastructure needed to support business growth. Canterbury has seen the highest level of internal migration for the second year running. We're also attracting a significant number of overseas travellers and migrants who are choosing Canterbury as their place to live, to work and to invest. This presents tremendous opportunities, but only if we have the infrastructure to support that growth. Finally, we do applaud the Council's consideration of divesting assets that are no longer fit for purpose. We encourage you to move swiftly on this initiative and to apply the same appetite to consider council assets in the future. This approach can free up capital for core services while reducing ongoing maintenance costs. In conclusion, Christchurch has tremendous potential. You know I'm one of the biggest advocates from a private sector perspective in regards to that, and our businesses consistently tell us that they choose to operate here because they believe in our city's future, but they need a council that will understand both their challenges and act as an enabler rather than as a handbrake, which is what they often see the council as. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Yep, no problem. Sarah, then Jake, please.
Thanks so much for that, Leanne. When it comes to financial sustainability long-term for the city, the medium to long-term, not the short-term sugar hits, one of our proposals is to increase our rating for renewals. So it does put a little bit extra on in the first year and then subsequent years, but it means that overall we pay half the amount for our renewals. Mm-hmm. So if we borrow for it, we pay twice as much overall in time. Are you in favour of that?
Yes, I am, but I mean it's a bit of a one-sided question, and so the point that we're making is we want to make sure, as the private sector does, that they look at all levers that they have available to them, in terms of reducing costs, looking at efficiency gains, and the other levers that you may have available to you. So, in principle, yes.
Yeah.
But with that context.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You do need to make sure it's done well, but it's when you eventually do pay for it, how does that get done? And can you pay for it cheaper, if you like?
Yeah. And look, there is no doubt that, businesses want the council to invest in the right infrastructure. they want to do that in the right way, but at the same time, making sure that they do so really efficiently, and they're looking at all of the levers that they've got available to them.
The other choice we come up with almost every year, and we always take the short-term option, is when we have a little bit of a surplus, we have a choice between lowering rates just for the next year or paying down debt, which saves us more in the long term for ratepayers and businesses. Which one of those do you prefer? I know.
Again, look, I don't envy the positions that you're in. These are really hard balancing acts that you need to take into account. But I do think you need to take into account the current environment that businesses and general ratepayers are operating within, and find the right balance there. And it might be a combination of both.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Leanne. You referred to asset sales or property asset sales in your submission, and just asset sales in your verbal submission. Are you happy if we looked at more than just land sales at the big CCOs?
Absolutely. I mean, we've always maintained our position on assets, and you know, I'm going to avoid the term asset sales. This is actually about having a mature, robust conversation around what is the right ownership model for the council assets. There may very well be some discussions around disposing of assets.
Sure.
There may be some discussions around bringing in strategic partners, which will mean that actually in the long term the council may get a stronger dividend by bringing in investment. We know that many of those assets need a significant capital injection to ensure that they are fit for purpose for a growing economy, and I worry that we are not looking at that broadly enough.
So have the discussion. Is the
Absolutely, yeah.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
The comments around the Central City shuttle, I thought that was quite good, about just let's get a bus or shuttle, whatever, and just do it. So, yeah, it would be cool if we can look at something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good example where it feels a little bit like that's been over-engineered and over-complicated. You know, why do you need to spend $200,000 on running a trial when just run the trial and see what the outcomes are? You know, I mean, in business, you know, we work on just in time. We, you know, often will look at minimal viable products. We have to be agile, and I think that's what we're looking for from the council in some of those decisions. You know, showing bold leadership, and I do appreciate that, you know, the spotlight is on every decision that you make, but actually what we're also after is actually more agility, more bold leadership, and sometimes that will mean that you're not going to get everything right, and we will back you on that if there is I guess a process that you go through by keeping it simple and just not spending that sort of money for a trial, when simply you don't, I mean, put staff members on buses for a month and, you know, ask people questions. It's not going to cost you $200,000. So, yeah, just one example of something that really stuck out to us as being a bit bonkers, to be fair.
Okay. And Yanni, please.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your submissions. Thank you for taking the time. I was keen because you often talk about the idea that we should look more at selling off the assets. I was wondering if you look at the assets that we have sold, like Red Bass, and looked at the impact that that's had on effectively possibly costing us more as a city for public transport, and the benefits going to, you know, the profits going overseas rather than being retained locally. So have you done any work around looking at where you have asked us to look at selling off assets, and where we've sold off assets, what the impact has been from a affordability point of view?
Yanni, just to be really clear, as I said before, so our position is not to encourage the council to sell off assets. Our position is to encourage the council to have a mature, robust debate around asset ownership and whether or not bringing in strategic partners will actually provide a better dividend for the council. Look, it's not our job. That's a job of the council, and I would suggest potentially your economic development agency to do that cost-benefit analysis. And you know, I think there will be opportunities for you to look at different parts of your asset ownership and work out what makes sense for you to retain ownership of, or retain a majority shareholding of, and that has to be in line with your wider annual plan. And it has to be in line with what you consider and what your ratepayers consider to be core business services that should be run by the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's very good. Thanks for coming in. Good.
Thank you.
Okay, Sophie and Mike, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sophie Burt, and I'm here on behalf of the Urban Development Institute New Zealand, and my role as Deputy Chair of the Canterbury chapter, together with my fellow UDINS member, Mike Blackburn. We're here to talk about our oral submission on the Christchurch City Council's Development Contributions Policy 2025. By way of background, the Urban Development Institute was established in New Zealand 2018 to provide an open and inclusive national body that champions great urban design and development. And the Institute provides a platform for collaboration, partnership, excellence, learning and transparency. One of its objectives is to provide an environment for the sector to work together and with government to reduce uncertainty and increase consistency between policy jurisdictions, as well as aligning policy and implementation. The Institute aims to facilitate collaboration around best practice by connecting and coordinating people working in an urban environment. Unlike other institutes, UDINS operates on a cross-sector membership model. Its members are people involved in building New Zealand communities, from developers to contractors, designers, planners, architects, engineers, through to lawyers, material suppliers, real estate agencies, accountants, councils and central government, and all the players in between. Its focus is on the process of delivering development rather than on the product itself. And an important role of UDINS is to provide a collective voice and enable connections that are crucial for removing barriers to quality urban development. And UDINS listens to its members and provides a platform to learn and collaborate. We do this via seminars, events and that sort of thing, but also by making submissions on behalf of our members. We're here on behalf of UDINS to present the summary of the submission to assure our members' views are heard. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Sophie. So as representatives of the land development and construction sector, we acknowledge the necessity of infrastructure investment to support Christchurch's growth, whether that be through greenfield expansion or urban intensification. Development contributions play a crucial role in enabling the council to deliver infrastructure. However, it's also vital that these charges are equitable, transparent, and directly tied to the actual cost that the council incurs in response to new developments. It's also important to emphasise that increasing DCs ultimately flows through to impact the end purchaser of any new housing. It has a direct impact on housing affordability, particularly for first home buyers and low and middle income households. We urge the council to ensure that its new development contributions policy supports housing delivery and affordability and does not become a barrier to the much needed residential development. In our submission, we've highlighted a number of areas that we think that the council needs to look at with regard to this policy. Now I'd like to highlight 4 particular areas and provide some context to those. The first one is the revised residential unit assessment criteria. The proposed recalibration of housing unit equivalents risks creating an unfair cost burden on certain housing types, particularly medium and high density development. Development charges must be based on the actual infrastructure demand created by developments, not a broad assumption tied to density types. The council's revised HUE framework risks unfairly overcharging medium and high density projects, contrary to affordability goals. And contributions should reflect the real infrastructure use and not an average or collective cost assumptions. The second point is with regard to in-kind contributions to infrastructure. Developers often deliver infrastructure that benefits both the developer and the wider community. These contributions must be recognised to ensure fairness. Developers who deliver infrastructure as part of a project should receive a fair and transparent offset in their development contributions that they pay. Charging DCs in full while accepting in-kind works results in the council double dipping and that's quite inequitable. The council should only charge for infrastructure that it must deliver itself. Developer-provided infrastructure should be excluded from the development charges that are provided against the developer. Thirdly, growth apportionment and not hue apportionment. Allocating costs based on hues rather than the actual growth demand can lead to inequitable outcomes and misaligned infrastructure funding. Development contributions must be tied to the specific growth demands of individual developments, not generalised hue values. A growth-based model ensures that the costs are allocated fairly on the actual demand created. And DC should be targeted to benefit the areas of a developer's specific project. Fourthly, charges for assessments of development contributions. Introducing separate charges for assessing development contributions adds unnecessary cost and lacks justification when tied to specific developments. Assessing DC obligations is a standard part of the consent process and should not incur additional separate charges. Any fee imposed must relate directly to the service provided on a specific development and not a general administrative function. Charging for assessments without clear cost attribution undermines fairness and transparency. Just in summary, these points relate to ensuring a fair and transparent growth-aligned development contribution policy by the council that supports rather than hinders housing development and affordability here in Christchurch. Just one final note, obviously Udens has sort of reached out to the council prior to this policy being put forward. It's Udens' position that we genuinely want to work on behalf of our members with the council to provide fair and equitable growth in the housing market, and that any charges levied against developers represent fair charges back for the growth that they provide in turn for the services that need to be delivered by the council. Thank you.
Okay, go. Any questions? Anybody? Yeah, Tim.
Kind of on a slightly different tack, but to keep affordabilities. What are your thoughts with regards to supply of products that have been kind of not acceptable to New Zealand but have been used, say, Canada or worldwide? So, for instance, friends of mine went to Australia, bought their house load of stuff from, of all places, IKEA, shipped it back, same product, exactly the same product as here, but for a third of the price. Is that... do you want to comment on that?
Look. Obviously, the government has recently announced changes to the ability for builders and merchants to bring in alternative products here into the New Zealand market, as long as they meet international standards that New Zealand can accept. I think the opportunity to bring alternative products into New Zealand, whether it be windows or wallboard lining or whatever it is, I think it's a fabulous opportunity. Anything that we can do that makes it simpler and cheaper to build houses, I think is a great idea. The biggest problem here in New Zealand is that New Zealand is a very, very small market, a long way away from other parts of the world, and actually getting stuff here en masse is a challenge.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophie and Mike. That's wonderful. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay. Lucy, please.
Afternoon, councillors. My name's Lucy Delator. I'm a lawyer here representing Cambridge 137 Limited, and I'm here to talk to you about two specific parts of your development contributions policy. So I want to talk about the term for existing demand credits and also the change on the remission policy. The council's consultation material rightly sought comment on whether it should retain the current 10-year life for existing demand credits or take an alternative approach, including potentially extending the life, providing an indefinite life, or not providing for demand credits. My client's position is strongly in support of a 20-year term for existing demand credits. There are lots of reasons why development in Christchurch has stalled. Obviously the earthquakes, but the consequent delay in insurance settlements, consenting processes, and indeed COVID more recently. From my client's perspective, re-looking at the period that existing demand credits apply is a simple way to support and encourage redevelopment of the remaining barrier sites within Christchurch, and particularly in the central city. I say that you need to give this very careful attention because actually when you look at your remaining barrier sites, there are very few tools in the toolbox, and looking at something like the period in which you allow demand credits to apply is one of the few tools you do have. And so for that reason I say provide close attention to this issue. The other point I want to make is that I think you shouldn't look at this issue narrowly, in that I think the consultation materials focused on the reduction in development contribution revenue that you would receive if you extend the life for existing demand credits. But that's just one side of the coin. Of course, if you enable redevelopment to happen, you receive increased rates on the redeveloped properties. So I think it's you need to be careful not to just look at the $24 million figure, but think about the wider picture in terms of what you're trying to achieve for redeveloped sites. In my client's words, the goal here is long-term rates from completed assets, not creating hurdles to development. Just in terms of some of the technicalities, the council appears to acknowledge that there is growth capacity within the central city. So again, I pose the question, is not extending the life of credits a fair and equitable and proportionate response when you think about what your obligations are under the LGA? Extending the life also wouldn't be out of step with other councils. There are other councils who have longer periods, and indeed there are some councils who I understand who have no time period in which existing credits expire. And when you look at Christchurch and the unique circumstances facing this city, I say, well, this surely of all places is where there's a sound rationale for a longer period. I've taken the opportunity to read the other submissions you've received on this issue, and to my knowledge, everyone who has submitted on the period for existing demand credits is asking for a longer period. The Property Council supports 15 to 20 years. The Roman Catholic Diocese has supported 20 years as an alternative to actually having an indefinite life. The Carter Group have actually said don't charge development contributions at all on vacant central city sites. And I suppose my final point I want to make is you've asked for feedback, you've got feedback, it's pretty resounding, so I really do implore you to take that feedback on board when looking at this issue. Very quickly on remissions, the council's obviously looking at changing its approach. I just think it's a curious response when there's an identified issue with your current policy around remissions to remove remissions rather than look at the criteria. As I understand it from the consultation material, the criteria for remissions being unique and compelling circumstances perhaps haven't been applied in the way the council originally thought they would. If that's the case, look at the criteria, don't remove the option, because I suppose what I'd say to that is you don't know what you don't know in terms of what compelling situation might come to you. And it seems to me when development contributions are such a rigid tool that actually that discretion is quite important for the council.
Thank you, Lucy. That's wonderful. Thank you. Right, Richard is on Zoom, online, I think. I see his picture. Can you hear me, mate?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, the floor is yours, mate.
Perfect. Thank you. So, firstly, thanks for the opportunity to speak on Bupa's submission, and I will be brief. So, my name is Richard Stevenson. I'm Director of Property for Bupa New Zealand. So, Bupa Care Services, Bupa operates 37 retirement villages and 40 care homes across New Zealand. So, we have genuine national coverage. Bupa globally is a large international healthcare company operating in almost every country in the world. As a national provider of retirement villages and aged care facilities, we have the pleasure of dealing with many different councils up and down the country. Of course, we get to see firsthand the differences in approach when it comes to development contributions and the varying degrees of relief applied to our industry. I would like to start off by commending Christchurch City Council on the proposed draft policy in firstly recognising the categories of both retirement units and residential care room. We also appreciate the support and approach the policy document takes with regard to stormwater, transport-related infrastructure and community infrastructure. This is a good start, thank you. However, we would like to see the unit of demand better reflect the actual average occupancy we reliably experience in our facilities of 1.3 people per retirement village unit and 1 person per room for care homes. And to that degree, we support the submission made by the Retirement Village Association, the RVA. In terms of water and wastewater, once again, we support the RVA's submission in terms of the daily flow rates, which are reiterated in Bupa's submission. So speaking as a retirement village and aged care provider and as part of the industry as a whole, what would be extremely helpful would be a unified national approach as to how development contributions are applied. This may be too much to ask of this process. However, I do advocate this must be the ultimate goal for New Zealand, to provide simplicity and certainty to our industry moving forward. For operators such as Bupa, who spend hundreds of millions of dollars each year on developing new sites and redeveloping existing ones, there are a number of factors that go into the decision-making and priority of projects. And I'm able to share with you that development contributions is always a topic of discussion in deciding where in the country we go next, and has become even more so recently. We absolutely agree that operators and developers such as Bupa need to make contributions to pay for network and infrastructure growth. However, we firmly believe we should only be paying our fair share based on actual usage and demand. I hope you're able to make this as an attractive but fair proposition into the future, so we are able to continue and support our growing older population. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. And you must have done a very good job because no one wants to ask you a question. So thank you for your time. Good on you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got Nikki, please.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here this afternoon, and I'm here in Phillips Place presenting for Carter Group. There are two key points that we would like to make. The first point relates to the expiry of existing demand credits. We believe there should be an indefinite life of existing demand credits. Given the objective of development contributions is to obtain a contribution from developments for new infrastructure that is required to service that growth, it is fundamentally wrong to charge development contributions on sites where there was previously a building. We also believe that it is legal in a breach of the Local Government Act, and the concept is fundamentally flawed. There are numerous sites in the central city that are vacant, and as commercial drivers allow, they will be developed. It is unrealistic to believe that all vacant sites will be developed within 15 to 20 years of the earthquake. Excellent progress has been made, but commercial demand is required for each development to proceed. As a real-life example, Carter Group has developed 2 buildings on the corners of Cashel High and Manchester Streets. They are 2 two-storey buildings, and they replace the former Holiday Inn hotel. There were 149 rooms in the hotel, and the hotel included a 13-storey building on the corner of High and Cashel Streets. The hotel buildings contributed to the service growth infrastructure at the time the buildings were developed, and contributed to servicing that growth infrastructure through various mechanisms throughout their lifetimes. Also, rates continued to be paid after the earthquakes to service the infrastructure that the buildings had contributed to. The replacement buildings have been built on sites that on the sites require less services than the old buildings, but the development contributions were charged. To charge development contributions on sites where buildings were previously located is double dipping. One of the arguments the council may advance is that other councils have expiry dates on their existing demand credits for development contributions. That doesn't make a policy that is fundamentally flawed right, and it also disregards the fact that Christchurch experienced a major earthquake that resulted in thousands of buildings being demolished. The second point we wish to make is that we do not agree with the 263% increase in development contributions in the central city. The 2021 policy for the amount of development contributions for the central city was based on first principles of amount of growth demand in the central city. The change to larger and fewer catchments just 4 years later is a change in first principles and will result in the central city subsidising development in wider Christchurch. It simply doesn't work for first principles to change. It sends messages to the market that the council is not consistent in its decision making. The final point I'd like to leave you with is the decisions you make send signals to businesses, both within the city and further afield, about how facilitative and how open the council is to growth and ongoing development in Christchurch. Growth and development provides jobs and economic activity, and also contributes to making Christchurch a great place to live, work and spend time. And they also contribute to providing the council with a larger rate space on an ongoing basis. If the council is not facilitative and open, capital will find other local authority catchments and other regions to invest in. Thank you.
Okay, that's brilliant, and no one wants to ask a question, so thank you very much, Nikki, very clear.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Tom and Anthony, and Sandamali is on Zoom, I believe. Somewhere. Hey, gentlemen.
Okay.
How are you doing?
All good. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Thank you very much for having us today. My name is Tom Chesterton and I'm the chairperson of the Property Council South Island Committee. And I have Anthony Goff with me, the Managing Director of the Terrace. And as you rightly said, Sandamali's online, who's part of our advocacy team. Property is the largest industry in Canterbury. There are around $245.5 billion in property assets across Canterbury, with property providing a direct contribution to GDP of $4.5 billion and employment for over 34,000 Canterbury residents. We thank you for the opportunity to have our say on the Development Contribution Policy Review. Property Council believe that it is important to equitably distribute the costs of new infrastructure. However, we strongly oppose the significant increases to development contribution fees. In some areas, the draft DC policy proposes increases up to 271% from 2021. This will negatively impact development, resulting in less development, less investment, less employment, less housing, and ultimately less revenue for Christchurch City Council through the rates paying base. While we understand that the Local Government Act requires a review of the development contribution policy every 3 years, the timing of this review is significant. It comes right before the government's planned overhaul of development contribution fees, which will be replaced with development levies, and with legislation enabling these new levies set to take effect in September 2025, just 6 months away. We must consider the future implications of these proposed changes. That's why today we're calling on Christchurch City Council to pause its development contributions review until the new levy system is in place. The pauses make sense. It would reduce the pressure on council resources in the meantime and offer certainty to developers, keeping things as they are before the plan changes take effect. If Christchurch City Council doesn't pause this review, we're concerned that it could create a situation where developments are stalled until the new system is up and running. The uncertainty of transitioning between two systems in less than a year could very well discourage development across the city. Furthermore, we're concerned that the proposed increases could have serious implications for development in Christchurch. While we agree that the industry should contribute fairly, the proposed changes could make development significantly harder and more expensive. For example, we heard anecdotally that some in the development community are facing an average increase of $15,000 per Huey/residential development, a 122% increase in development contribution fees for a multi-use development project, and a 356% increase in development contribution fees for a large-scale townhouse project. We wonder whether Christchurch City Council has also had conversations with the development community and understands the potential repercussions of the proposed increases. Turning to the critical issue that impacts everyone across Christchurch, housing affordability, we are concerned that the proposed increases may restrict the supply of new homes and ultimately the ratepayer base, limit the intensification, and 3, push up housing costs, and 4, will reduce overall housing affordability at a time when we desperately need to be increasing Christchurch's housing supply, particularly of affordable housing, and streamlining development. We are potentially creating a perfect storm that could have the opposite effect. Property Council's Property Impact Report shows that the property sector provides employment over 34,000 Canterbury residents. A significant portion of these workers will be employed and live in Christchurch. Having a development contribution policy that makes development unfeasible will have direct implications for employment, with numerous flow-on effects to the multitude of professional services and subcontractors that work on new developments. We also strongly recommend that Christchurch City Council investigates alternate funding and financing tools such as the special purpose vehicles, targeted rates, or public-private partnerships. All of these additional tools are transparent, beneficiary pays funding models for a local government that are more equitable ratepayers. In conclusion, what we're asking for is not a new concept, a pause and extension. Christchurch City Council is no stranger to an extension, given the extensions we have seen in Plan Change 14, and we've seen extensions granted in regions across the country. For example, in Auckland, with Auckland's Council's Plan Change 78 extended first under Minister Parker and again under Minister Bishop. More recently, Hamilton City Council has decided to pause the annual plan consultation this year until the Waters Done Well consultation concludes. Instead of proceeding with the current review, we recommend the Council focus its resources on evaluating the new development levy system once it is introduced, rather than making changes to the existing development contributions policy, which is set to be overhauled within the next year. Revising the current policy amid this impending transition would only create further uncertainty for the development community. Developers will be left unsure about the future framework, complicating planning and investment decisions. This lack of clarity has potential to create the perfect storm, resulting in delays, increased costs, and hesitation in moving projects forward, ultimately stalling development in the region. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, as this gives our members a chance to have their say for the future of our region. We're happy to take any questions.
Absolutely. No, that's good. Doesn't appear to be any, so if you'd like to carry on with your next one, please.
Annual plan? You're happy with that? Yep. So thank you. We wish to thank the Christchurch City Council for the opportunity to submit on the Christchurch City Council's draft annual plan 25-26, as this gives our members a chance to have their say in the future of our city. Christchurch City Council has proposed a rates increase of 8.2% for commercial ratepayers. While this is slightly lower than last year's forecasted 8.48% increase, it's still a sizable jump. We're concerned that the operational expenditure for 25-26 is projected to be 17.5 million, higher than expected. It's crucial that local councils operate efficiently and forecast accurately. When discrepancies like this happen, it raises questions about how well finances are being managed, and that's something that could impact the trust in ratepayers have in Christchurch City Council. We strongly suggest that Christchurch City Council review and improve how they forecast their costs. Businesses and developers in Christchurch are facing mounting costs. These are just one-off fees, but ongoing charges that could hurt businesses and discourage investment in the city. If businesses start to feel like they're being squeezed too much, it could drive them away, and that would hurt everyone. Here's a list of some of the proposed increases and fees that businesses are facing. A 7.5% increase in general rates, an 8.2% increase for businesses, a business rate differential of 2.22, a vacant site differential of 4.523, proposed hikes in development contribution fees, and increased insurance costs. We recommend Christchurch City Council looks into the cumulative impact of all these rates and fees on the commercial sector. There needs to be a thorough understanding of how these charges are affecting businesses before making any final decisions. Alternative funding methods are also something we'd like to see Christchurch City Council explore. Instead of relying solely on rates, we believe there's a place for more transparent user pay funding models. These could include things like targeted rates or special funding vehicles. Regarding business differentials and the vacant site differential, we've consistently opposed these. The problem with these differentials is that the businesses don't know exactly where their money is going, leading to a lack of transparency and concerns about fairness. That's why we're happy to see no increase in the proposed annual plan, but we still have concerns about how these differentials are applied, especially the vacant site differential. When it was first introduced, the goal was to beautify vacant sites in the CBD, but since then, it's been extended to more areas such as New Brighton, Sydenham and Littleton. And we think it's time for a review. If beautification has already been done in the initial areas, then it's time to phase out these charges in those areas. We're currently waiting for a reply to our OIA request about the differential and how the funds have been collected, have been spent, and where they're being used for beautification projects as originally intended. On another front, regional deals are something we'd love to see Christchurch City Council explore. It's a shame that Christchurch City Council did not make an application for the regional deal with central government. Having greater financial support and investment from central government will drive improved infrastructure outcomes across Christchurch. Regarding traffic management in the city centre, this is a significant issue for our members. Over the past few years, we've seen a number of changes that have affected how people can get around, and we've raised concern about this. Manchester Street became a priority bus route. Park Terrace has been reduced to a single lane, and there's been a loss of parking around key areas like the One Stadium. These changes are not only impacting traffic flow, but also the businesses that they rely on people coming into the city. Since the 2011 earthquakes, the private sector investment has poured into the CBD to help revitalise it, but these changes are starting to undermine the investment. If this continues, we risk turning the CBD into a place that people don't want to visit, shop, or do business in. We really need to find a balance and ensure that the business community has a chance to provide feedback on these changes, especially as many of the temporary changes are becoming permanent. In conclusion, we're all for a well-designed, sustainable Christchurch. However, we're worried about the rising costs for businesses, the challenges in traffic management, and the overall burden on fees and rates. We continue to oppose the vacant land rate differential and urge Christchurch City Council to carefully consider the cumulative impact of these increases. We need to be thoughtful with spending and working towards a future that benefits everyone. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Yanni, you got your hand up there, bud?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the submission. I was interested in your comments around the vacant site differential, and just wondered if you had any thoughts on, we've got this real issue with derelict properties within the city, that just sit there becoming eyesores at huge concern to local residents. And then generally they end up catching fire and burning down, and then still stay there for quite a while, creating sometimes further fires and concern in the community. Have you got any thoughts about things we could do to encourage property owners to deal with those issues in a more timely way? Because currently they're a real issue of concern. And I know that you're talking about the vacant sites, which is, some of the, in the past when we've looked at it, has also been some derelict buildings in the central city as well. So just really interested in any thoughts on how we could do more in that space if we took away the differential.
Any comments on that? No. Sandy, have you got comments on that?
I just had a question as well. Have you had conversations with the owners of those sites? I mean, sometimes these development processes can take a really long time. So just wondering if they're derelict at the moment, but there are plans in motion. Sorry,
I mean, yeah, repeatedly people have tried to reach out to owners. Sometimes they struggle to find the owners. Sometimes they struggle to get timely responses. But, I mean, you can just go around the suburbs and you can see a number of these sites that cause huge angst in local communities, and the tools that we have to deal with them seem very ineffective.
Yeah.
Okay. My point on
Celeste,
it,
please.
Thank you for your presentation. Just speaking about the vacant land differential, are you able to expand on that? Because it hasn't long been in place in a lot of those suburban areas like New Brighton, and what we know from seeing the feedback from some of the people in that space is that actually it's having quite a positive impact. Can you speak more to your concerns? Because I'm not clear on what the downside is at the moment.
partly was where the money was being spent
So that's
and
specific
on the
to that part.
beautification specifically. And it's really more about the ideal situation is to develop these sites, and the number of things stopping that happening. Removing that would be the ideal situation, right? This is just another impact on those land owners.
And I guess the follow-up to Councillor Johansson's question around the derelict sites, what we know is that we have engaged with quite a lot of the landowners, and actually the challenge is that we don't have many tools to bring people to that conversation in a more proactive way. So do you have any sort of thoughts as to, particularly around the derelict buildings, what would incentivise developers to kind of make progress in areas that they've effectively done nothing for decades?
Could I comment that a number of these are overseas owners who really are not interested in Christchurch one iota. So that's why you find that places like the Noah's Hotel that has now been renovated was owned by a Chinese company. It's now owned locally. It really needs local input. Most local people get on with the job. Overseas people don't. So we've got an ownership problem with those. So I think... one thing I do object to is when somebody has a vacant site and they've upgraded it, put nice landscaping in, why should they be paying a differential then? Do they just...
I don't think they are they?
Yeah, it's when it's tidied up, you don't, I'm sure.
That's good.
We'll let you know that exactly though, Anthony. Just check, we'll let you know. Okay. That is brilliant. Thank you so much, and thank you, Sandamali, for being online. And we will be back here at 2:35. Sorry, we're 2 minutes late. Right, we have David, please. Good to see you, mate.
G'day. All right, kia ora team. So today I'm going to be specifically talking about developer contribution remissions, although I cover a few other topics in my submission on that, so like ring fencing, for example. So back in 2020, the first stores at the Northlink development in Papanui opened. Before Northlink came along, Langdons Road was pretty quiet, but then pretty quickly, because Northlink's basically just a giant car park, pretty quickly quite a few cars started showing up, and the intersection between Langdons and Greers Road ended up so congested that it needed to be fixed. When the consent was granted for that new centre, there was a condition added that intersection would need to be upgraded. And somehow, at some point, that condition was waived. And so the full cost, well, I'm not sure if it was the full cost, but at least most of the cost of that intersection upgrade fell to the ratepayer. I've heard the argument that in that case, the developer will have paid a big pile of money in developer contributions, and so that sort of offsets the cost of that. However, if developers are able to lawyer up and get out of their developer contributions and get out of their resource consent conditions, that puts us in a situation where the cost of growth, infrastructure growth, could fall back to the ratepayer. And given that developers are in this for a profit motive for the most part, this essentially represents a pretty big subsidy to developers from the ratepayer, which I consider to be unfair. If we look ahead, there's a new Woolworths that's been proposed in Edgware, which is great. It's nice to have new supermarkets. Councillors, you're hopefully going to be aware that this is just 2 blocks away from the downstream effects management plan area from the Christchurch Northern Corridor. And there's a court order in place that means that if traffic increases in that area above a certain threshold, you are legally obligated to step in and fix those problems. The DEMP doesn't really care what's actually causing the increase in traffic. It only cares whether there is an increase in traffic. It doesn't care whether it's actually the result of the highway or whether it's the result of a supermarket. And similar to Northlink, most of the proposed site is car parks, so I think it's fair to say that it will have an impact on traffic in that area. There's been a transport assessment provided as part of their resource consent process that claims that there will be a minimal impact on traffic, but if we compare that to the Pack and Save that's on Papanui Road, I think it's fair to say there will be a pretty significant impact on traffic. So I think it would be really bad if we ended up in a situation where there was no resource consent condition requiring them to mitigate these problems, and they have the ability to get out of developer contributions. Because at that point, the City Council might find themselves in an awkward position having to upgrade quite a lot of infrastructure in the area with no money to pay for it from the developer, and it would come out of the general rate. So for that reason, I fully support the proposal to not permit remissions on developer contributions in the city. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good. Tyler, please.
Kia ora, David. Just got a question around the more social aspects of DC remissions. Do you think that there could be exemptions in regards to providing to the well-being or the health of the ratepayer themselves? Say, for example, a cancer society, something like that, medical facility.
There's probably a few situations where you could justify exemptions on those grounds. I think one of the ones that came up was Māori developments by iwi and that kind of thing. I think there's probably a good argument to be made there about that, but I think in the bulk of things, like if it's just a housing development or something and they're trying to get out of it in order to increase their profit margin, I don't think that's fair to the ratepayer. So, yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, that's no more questions. That's very well put across. Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, so now we have Kate, Anya, and Thomas from Harewood School. Please.
We'll still be heard if we just stand. Is that okay?
They can stand, yeah. Don't look so frightened.
He's talking to me, not you, Ben.
Thank you. Right, which way around are we doing this? There you go. You ready?
Very, very good to see you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, called Kate Christie, toko ingoa, ko te tumuaki o te kura o Tāwara, Harewood, aho. My name is Kate Christie. I am the principal of Harewood School, located 721 Harewood Road, just some couple of kilometres from the tarmac of our city's airport and 100 metres from Johns Road, State Highway 1. On behalf of our community, we want to thank you for the signalised crossing agreed to in the city's draft plan. I am here with two of our road patrollers to ask you, though, to reconsider the crossing's raised platform.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Thomas Tukwinua. I want you to go back when you were a kid. You were probably fast, energetic and smooth. This is a problem when you have a busy road and nothing to slow cars down until someone, by chance, comes along to push the pedestrian lights. Here's an experience I have to help convince you that we need more than lights. A car had stopped for the crossing, but the other car behind it tried to go around the stopped vehicle to zoom through the crossing, while toddlers and primary school kids were crossing the road. We need all the help we can get to put an end to this driver behaviour, or it will keep on happening and eventually hurt someone. You are the adults who can keep my family, my friends, and all the other Harewood School tamariki as safe as possible. Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Āne tuku ingoa. Have you ever thought about the daily routine of school life? There are small children, including toddler siblings of our school children, crossing the road to visit our school throughout the day. There are children at schools that desperately run to or from their parents. These children do not stop to press the pedestrian light. As adults, you might be forgetting how children act. I have a personal experience to convince you that needs to be more than lights to keep us safe. I was on my first proper road patrol and I put my sign out. A red car came speeding from the highway's roundabout and didn't stop, not even for a physical sign and a child in fluoro. That's how I know you need to do what you can to stop any accidents and harm caused to me, my little brother, and all our children. Ngā mihi.
Our school was founded in 1862. Over its established time, modern society developed, to which the school adapted to, but for one, the population outside its gates. Risk-adverse agencies these days would likely never locate a primary school on a road that hosts over 18,000 vehicles a day. Ultimately, our school has little influence over drivers' choice to use Harewood Road as an entry and exit to and from the state highway, and as our road patrol team will tell you, we struggle to alter the behaviour of people behind the wheel. So we're coming to you, for all of you to exercise your collective responsibility. For our 2-year-olds who run to see their sibling at the end of the day, the grandparents fresh out of hip replacement surgery on pickup duty, the runners that we have who struggle to separate from mum and dad, our new families from non-English speaking backgrounds who are new to all routines around school, and all of our people, no matter their story, their safety matters. I am the principal of our Harewood School community, and while I am doing everything within my influence to educate tomorrow's future, what are you doing to protect them? Don't wait for one of them to be the evidence you needed to install a raised platform. Reinstate the safety measure and do what you can. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Kia ora.
Tyler, first.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you so much for coming in. It really means a lot seeing all of you together here today. I just have a question around the other measures that you've thought about around safety for yourselves and for your students. Is there anything around that vicinity, around the school, which you think would be beneficial to add on alongside the raised pedestrian crossing?
Anya the other day was talking about how else could we catch these people that are doing actually a range of different things we haven't listed today. It's probably not appropriate, but all the different behaviours that we see at that crossing. And we discussed maybe a zero tolerance camera. I don't think there's one as an example here in New Zealand that I'm aware of, but we thought that would be pretty awesome to catch those people and have zero tolerance for the behaviour of drivers outside schools. Do you have any thoughts, Thomas? Thanks.
Thank you.
Good idea. Sarah?
Thanks. Thank you so much for coming along. I used to road patrol as well when I was your age. Sometimes people say that you only need things during school hours and at pick up and drop off time. So what experience do you have with students and families at school outside of those normal sort of drop off and pick up times, and how much do people kind of use the school at different hours and things?
Yeah, thank you. Do any of you want to answer that first?
Do people come and go during the day sometimes? And
yes, we do. You might, if you know Hewood School well, you'll know it's got a beautiful environment out the back. I encourage you to come along and visit it at some stage. We joke that it's like a dog park in the weekend. People are using it very often, and we welcome that. But we wonder what else can we do for the safety measures of those people as well. But as I say, it's a school, and so we are not just visited between 8:30 and 9 a.m. or at pick-up time. We have people visiting our school regularly, and when children are unwell, they need to be collected. The whole family has to come. We don't have a drive-through section for our school, and so people are not permitted to come up our driveway. They have to use Harewood Road. If you've been down Harewood Road, you know that it's pretty tricky to get your pram out, your toddlers out, keep them safe. So we're frequented throughout the day. Thank you for the question.
And do you think that parents would be more comfortable with their children going to play at school after hours and those kind of things, walking alone, if they were confident that the crossing was safer?
Look, we had 32 people from our community answer a question around the raised platform within 24 hours, and they were all hugely supportive of the platform. They live locally, they use Harewood Road during the weekend. They're very willing to slow down for that matter, really.
Yeah. And a question for the two children. Do any of your friends bike to school?
No.
Why do you think that is?
Oh, sometimes they do. Yeah, sometimes.
Why do you think? Why do you think only some do?
Why do you think not enough or not many people do?
Because they don't live close enough to school.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we've spoken about how busy our road is. It would be a bit tricky, wouldn't it, just to cycle down there? So something to keep our children safe enough to cycle to school would be pretty great, wouldn't it?
Would you guys like to cycle to school? Maybe.
Do you like cycling in the weekends?
Yeah.
Yeah, so would Mum, Dad let you cycle if it was safe enough?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Thank you.
Tim?
Yeah, look, thank you so much for coming in. Tennyson Street, we have humps because 3 primary school children have been hit over there. It's the best thing that ever happened on that part of the road, and they're just accidents. That's what they are. We're dealing with another one which is more serious. So I'm a great supporter of the rises on those school routes. So thank you so much for coming in. Cheers.
Mel?
Has the school collective been lobbying your local councillor?
We did speak with Aaron over this, and I understand his views, and he was he shared with me some details around why he does not agree with them. Whilst I understand traffic flow is a problem, and look, we are, by all means, we want emergency services to get to our school promptly as well. But look, we've got State Highway right down the road there. To me, it's a no-brainer.
I would encourage families to lobby your local councillor.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, young people, for coming in. It's not very easy to stand there and look at all us. So you've done a very, very good job. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for
Good on you. Cheers.
Anything to get some time off school, eh?
It's the holidays now, isn't it?
Is it holiday? Oh, next week. Next week. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Rebecca, please. Is on Zoom. There you go. Hello.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you. So I appear for Mr. Sloan, and he lodged a written submission on the development contributions policy, which I assume you have and have read. Mr. Sloan is a long-standing Christchurch commercial property developer. He has undertaken commercial property developments throughout Christchurch. He developed the retail centre at Ferrymead, acquiring the land which was an industrial storage yard from the council in 1996. He cleaned up the land, obtained consents for the development that is now Ferrymead today, and then he also had it zoned for that purpose. And the development includes the Woolworths supermarket, the Mitre 10 Mega, and the other convenience stores and so forth that surround those facilities. He, as part of his development, he undertook significant roading improvements. He established a deceleration lane on Ferry Road. He built traffic islands, the pedestrian footpath that is on the road now. He provided on-site stormwater infrastructure for his development, and also extensive on-site car parking. His site is not yet fully developed. He has about 5,000 square metres left to develop. And as a long-standing developer, he has observed and experienced development costs increase very significantly, and these are consenting costs, construction costs, and also development contributions. And he's deeply concerned that the proposed policy would require, or does require, a 271% increase in development contributions payable. And this level of increase is unsustainable. Development needs to be viable. There needs to be a profit margin to incentivise development. Ever-increasing consenting and construction costs have rendered commercial development marginal in some locations, as it is. In his written submission, Mr. Sloan has provided a real-world example of the effects of the proposed 271% increase in development contributions. And the first is a development he presently has underway. It's about a 1,000 square metre extension to the Mitre 10 Mega Garden Centre. It comprises 3 tilt slab walls, and it's an open-aired extension. And its purpose is to enable the better display of existing products, not to entice new customers. And it's anticipated that there'll only be about a 5% increase in customers. So against that additional demand, under the current DCP, the development contributions payable are approximately $130,000, and that over 90% of that is attributable to transport infrastructure. Under the proposed DCP, the DC payable would be almost $300,000. Another example, also Ferrymead and his 5,000 square metres of undeveloped land. The DC's payable under this would be about payable on this would be about $700,000 under the current DCP. Under the proposed policy, these would be over 1.7 million. So this equates to about 15% of the overall cost of the development. And at this level, development becomes uneconomic. And the only way to address the increase is to pass on the costs to future tenants. And there are 2 potential consequences of this. The firstly is that rentals become unaffordable, and that bears on the economic well-being of the tenants, and it gives rise to negative social well-being flow-on effects. And the second and more likely consequence is that tenants for the development can't be secured. Tenants instead choose established developments with cheaper rents, reflective of the fact that the development was undertaken when the DC payable on the development was considerably lower. So what you have is inequity in the commercial property market, where established developments have an advantage over new ones. And ultimately, all this will do is disincentivise or stymie more development. But also, ironically, it'll mean that the DCs anticipated by the council from new and future development are not forthcoming. And that will inevitably impact council's infrastructure programs or necessitate increased borrowing or rates. So fundamentally, development in Christchurch will become unattractive under this DCP. developers will look elsewhere. And Mr. Sloan says that is what he will do if this DCP is implemented. The almost threefold increase under the proposed DCP will have a contrary effect to that intended. It will exacerbate any existing infrastructure funding issues, not solve them. And there I am, right on 5 minutes. Finished.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Sam?
Hey, thanks, Rick. It's probably not a question for you, but an action for council staff is, can we get a bit of analysis ahead of the decision making on this around what we budget every year to receive in DCs and what we actually collect and what that's been for like the last 5 years? Because I think, just to your point of, if we increase them and it drops it off and the impact that comes from that, it would be good to understand it. So thanks very much for your submission.
Okay, the thing that surprised me, doesn't surprise me, it's a 1,000 square metre extension to a garden centre where plants are going to be done. There's probably little or no, I'd say no, there'll be no extra toilets or anything like that because the staff are all still there working for it. The stormwater all goes to their own stormwater collection area and is treated before it goes out to sea. And here we are charging $130,000 for a road that the Mr. Sloan built in the first place.
Yes, precisely.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And he has endeavoured to raise that with the DC team, and that has been a very difficult exercise.
Okay. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Good on you. Right. Peter and Dominic, please.
Good afternoon. Can I just confirm that we have 10 minutes? That's what we were originally told, right?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Right. Thank you.
I'll give you 11 if you like.
Right. Well, good afternoon. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. Last year I made a submission to the long-term plan asking Council to consider contributing $2 million for the proposed Te Waka Littleton Museum. A resolution from Council was a request that staff work with the Museum Society to develop a funding proposal for a future annual plan process. With staff input, a funding proposal in the form of a business plan has been completed and delivered to Council, along with letters of support from various community organisations. The business case sets out a project cash flow over 5 years amounting to $14 million. At the time of last year's long-term plan process, Dominique was working on a fundraising feasibility study, and once I have finished talking, she will explain the aim of that study and her findings. I'd briefly like to outline the case for a new museum in Littleton. A site for the purpose of a museum was gifted to the to the Society several years ago by Council, and we have developed the site, placed a cabin on it, which we use for research, administration and meetings. The site on London Street is a prominent one next to the Littleton Library and diagonally opposite the popular Albion Square. The Society's collection is a core strength and is valued for being unique, comprehensive and relevant, and with a significant part of it relating to Antarctica. After the collection was rescued from a now demolished council-owned building on Gladstone Quay, museum professionals cleaned, photographed and documented all items before packing them for safe storage. Currently, most of our collection is stored in containers at the Air Force Museum at Wigram. The sense of the Littleton Museum has been kept alive in several ways, but especially by establishing a website which enables the more than 20,000 items in the Society's collection to be viewed online. We have written many stories about objects and photographs that are in our collection, and the stories have been published in the Bay Harbour News and on our Facebook pages. And currently we are collaborating on a book of stories with writers from Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheti. The top row of images in this shot is representative of numerous pop-up exhibitions that we have prepared, and the bottom row shows examples of local eyes exhibitions in which locals select images from collections from our collection on themes of their choosing. The bottom left-hand local eyes exhibition was in Antarctica, and since 1901, Littleton has had a history of involvement with the Antarctic region. It was a vital port during the heroic era expeditions, when it hosted some of the most influential figures in Southern Ocean and Antarctic history, such as Scott and Shackleton, who chose Lyttelton as the base camp for their expeditions. Lyttelton has a unique and significant place in the history of Canterbury, New Zealand and Antarctica. There is a wealth of stories to be told about the port, its township, the harbour, its settlements and people. This conveys 6 themes that have been selected for stories that will be told in the proposed museum. Discussions with Ngāti Wheki at Rapaki have revealed that they are keen for the museum to display some of their taonga and incorporate Ngāi Tahu storytelling about Māori history and traditions associated with whakarāpō to Lyttelton Harbour. There are many references to the Museum Society and Lyttelton Museum in the Lyttelton Master Plan, which was prepared 13 years ago by Council after the Canterbury earthquakes. I believe that a new museum would play an important role in education, in leisure and tourism. School visits and programs were a frequent occurrence at the original museum, and it is now intention to revive these again. I think that the proposed museum would support at least 5 of the 10 pillars that seek to guide decision-making as set out in the Banks Peninsula Destination Management Plan. And based on visitor numbers from similar sized museums, we anticipate about 35,000 people per year, which is a similar number to those that visited Akaroa Museum when cruise ships were regularly visiting Akaroa Harbour. And I've missed an image there showing a cruise ship and the museum as viewed from Albion Square, proposed museum. My concluding comments are that we have an important collection. Since the earthquakes, a very dedicated group of volunteers have cared for the collection and kept up strong community engagement. We have a site and a bold and innovative design by architects Warren and Marnie, and we have resource consent. We have support from the Banks Peninsula Community Board and various organisations in Lyttelton and around the harbour. With the locality of Christchurch, the Air Force Museum, Canterbury Museum and the proposed Lyttelton Museum have quite different roles and realms of interest, but are in essence complementary. And regarding Banks Peninsula as a local museum telling local stories, the Lyttelton Museum will complement the museums located in O'Kane's Bay and Akaroa. Because of significant sources of funding, which were anticipated to be available at the time the resource consent was granted, have been terminated, and Dominic will explain that, the Museum Society, the Lyttelton community and other communities around the harbour would be extremely grateful if Council assisted in a substantial way, perhaps over several years, funding the proposed Te Awaka Lyttelton Museum. Thank you.
So in May 2024, I was engaged to undertake a fundraising feasibility study for the proposed new museum on London Street in Lyttelton. The aim of the study was threefold: to assess whether the project remains a priority for the community, to determine if the fundraising goal of 14 million is achievable in today's economic climate, and to gauge if there are the volunteers with the necessary expertise and drive needed to lead a fundraising campaign. Let me share with you the findings of the study. Firstly, I'm pleased to report that the support for this project is overwhelming. Every single person interviewed, representing a broad spectrum of community members, local business owners and government representatives, agreed that the museum is of immense value to Lyttelton. Many described it as an opportunity to unite the community, drive economic revitalisation and restore the heart of London Street in the wake of the earthquakes. The importance of this project to the Lyttelton and Whakarāpō communities cannot be overstated. Secondly, while there's strong support, there are concerns around the fundraising target. Approximately half of those interviewed believed that the 14 million is an ambitious target given the current financial environment. Central government recently announced the closure of key funding sources like the Regional Culture and Heritage Fund, and there's uncertainty about when or if other funds will reopen. However, there's still optimism about the potential for large donations and institutional support, though it's clear that without one or more significant contributions, raising the necessary funds will be a challenge. The feasibility study also identified a network of potential volunteers. 60% of the people interviewed expressed willingness to contribute in some capacity in the fundraising efforts. This shows that the community is ready and eager to support this project in any way they can. but of course we cannot proceed without addressing the financial hurdle. The current funding environment is tough. I lost my spot. Many charitable organisations are facing cuts and grants are becoming more competitive. To succeed, the museum will require support from larger institutions, philanthropic bodies, and potentially from the Christchurch City Council. And in fact, for this project to move forward, the contribution of the council would be crucial. Here's where your support becomes vital. The study suggests that a partnership model could work, similar to what we've seen with other major projects in Christchurch, where the council plays a pivotal role in funding the construction of the building. This would allow the community to focus on raising the fit-out costs and operational funding. Such a model would mitigate the financial risk and make the project more feasible. However, I acknowledge that this is a difficult time for the council as well. The community has seen significant investments in projects like the Court Theatre, and I know that councillors are facing pressures from ratepayers about the need to prioritise essential services. Yet I believe that this museum has the potential to be more than just a building. It's an investment in our heritage, our culture, and our community. We're at a crossroads. The community has waited since 2011 for a new museum, and the support is there, but we need the right financial commitment to make it happen. I urge the council to consider stepping forward as a key partner in this project. Your investment in the construction of the museum would not only ensure that Littleton gets the museum it deserves, but would also signal your commitment to supporting local community culture and community-driven projects. In conclusion, the feasibility study shows that the Littleton Museum project has strong community backing, dedicated volunteers and potential funding sources, but it cannot succeed without a significant contribution from the council. I believe this project is worthy of your financial support, and I hope you will consider partnering with the community to make it a reality. Thank you.
Okay, Tyrone.
No time for questions.
I'm just...
You really do have magical powers. It's like you can read my mind. Brilliant. Thank you for that very comprehensive and, might I add, convincing deputation. It certainly got me over the line. So I understand, so obviously the full cost of the project is 14 million-ish. And you're completely committed to, if you could, you'd fundraise all of it, but obviously you need something to leverage off, right? That's where council can come in to be able to give you that helping hand. Is there any kind of provision for a kind of a minimum viable product within the build? Does it have to be done all at once, or can it be done in stages?
We have talked to a building construction consultant, and he has suggested, although he hasn't gone into any detail, that we could perhaps build the basement and the London Street floor, and have it engineered, obviously, that we could add the upper story at a later date. So it is. He said it's not impossible. It has been that sort of thing has been done before.
Okay. Yeah.
But we haven't worked out the costing of what that would be at this point.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Yanni, please.
Just thank you for the submission. I was just wondering if you could just quickly remind me, around at the time of the earthquake, was there insurance? Was it a council building that was insured, or was it a community-owned building that was insured? And what was the insurance settlement? Thank you.
The building was a council-owned building, and we didn't receive any insurance from it after it was demolished from the building. We understand that if there was any insurance paid out on it, it went into the general council coffers. We did receive some insurance from the loss of or damage to display cabinets and loss of a little bit of that collection. I think we got probably 95% of the collection out of the damaged building. And we used that insurance money to pay some museum professionals to work over the collection and package it, catalogue it, digitise it and so on. So we didn't really, nothing from the actual building itself.
So was there ever any agreement with council about replacement value or commitment to replacement, given it was a council building?
Not that I'm aware of, no, and I wasn't sort of involved in the committee and as a president in those days.
Okay, we're out of time, but Sarah, and then we'll call it a day. Thank you.
Thank you. I remember the old one really fondly, especially the Antarctic collection. Have you, given the funding challenges and while the current design is beautiful, have you considered getting a new design that is cheaper and easier to build? It might be worth the investment to save many millions that way as well.
We haven't directly considered that. We've certainly thought about, and we've had such good support to do the building that we've had designed. We thought we'd see how we go initially with fundraising and talking to the council. The building construction consultant we've talked to said there's if we did engage him, that we've just talked to him initially. If he could go through the existing design, talk to the architects, engineers, and other consultants that have been involved in the current design to see what costs could be made. Things like it's got an aluminium, that diagonal cladding is aluminium panels, which could be left off, initially. Just have the plain tilt slab concrete. So there are steps like that, but what we did talk about with the consultant was that if he goes through an exercise of changing the design or getting the architects and other consultants to significantly change the design, then we'd be up for, I said to him, we'd be up for a new resource consent. And he said yes, and took us nearly 3 years to get that consent. So we're aware of, the issues that we've encountered in going through the long process of getting the building design and the consent. And the interest in what we've got, we would like to stick with what we've got if we can.
Yeah. So it's the scale of thing that would probably need us to consult with the community on the funding if there was a request for funding. During the long-term plan, we had the Air Force Museum come and ask us for $5 million.
Yes.
And so this year we've consulted the community on whether we should make that contribution. When it comes to your time frames, if you work through a process with staff that we would end up consulting with the community on it next annual plan, how would that time frame fit with what you're doing?
Well, I think it would, because the time frame that we've had has been pushed out for so many reasons, like COVID caused delays in getting our consultants on to complete the work for the resource consent. As I said, there was a big hiccup with the resource consent, and that pushed out another 18 months. Then we're in a situation, as Dominique has explained, the Ministry for Culture and Heritage, the government dropped a fund that they were allocating, and that we had lots of conversations with the ministry, and they said we would have been a dead cert for funding.
Substantial funding. Okay.
So,
thanks.
We're just taking it as it comes, really, and so if it's going to take longer, it's going to take longer.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in, both of you.
Thank you.
Cody, please. Online, where are you? Here he is.
Yeah, there we go.
Very
Thank you.
right.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. All right. Tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Cody Cooper here on behalf of Greater Otatahi, a non-petition group of locals who have come together to push for a better city. Just on a personal note, I've been called a Green Party member, but at the same time, people also call me in the pockets of property developers, so it's quite a funny one to submit on this. So while we support the intent of the draft DC's policy, we would like to see it fine-tuned to better support Christchurch's long-term well-being, especially in how we grow. I guess the principle here is that intensification should be strategic, while we support the discount for smaller one-bedroom units. We only support that when it's applied in the right areas, such as the central city. So developers will build whatever's the most profitable for them. They're a business. I mean, a previous submitter actually talked about that, right? If this discount is applied too broadly, we actually risk incentivizing an oversupply of potentially one-bedroom units on the city fringe simply because it's cheaper to build there. So there was a mention in the document of changing down that square meterage. And that just concerns me because that would be the worst of both worlds. People will have density without any real amenity. Many of these areas, like South Hornby, have infrequent or non-existent public transport, poor walkability. I mean, there's maybe a local park, but not really with much in the way of things to do. Virtually no safe sort of cycling infrastructure or jobs, just because of sprawl. 125 bus, for example, is infrequent. It doesn't connect people to key job areas like the factories and industrial areas in South Hornby and Islington. It doesn't go directly to Rolleston or the central city either. So while we're building smaller carless homes, and there's a notable development down MS Road that's going to do that, we're actually not really providing viable alternatives for car ownership, which is not really sustainable and it's not really equitable either. So that's why we're urging council to target that discount where it makes the most sense. We're saying to put it in areas with good transport options and the existing infrastructure. So utilising that existing infrastructure, and the best place for that will be in the central city. I just want to highlight as well, I guess, a philosophy that we've had in council around how DCs have worked. Just highlighting the MS Awatea Springs Road intersection. That is the main southwest arterial used by residents from Hallsville, Wigram and Hornby to get around. But it wasn't even proposed for upgrading until quite recently, despite the explosive growth that was seen not just in our city, but even as a downstream effect from Selwyn residents. Even now, it's only being proposed to be done in halves. Just one of the two intersections will be upgraded with the funding that's currently proposed. And it just reminds me about what happened recently on Deans Avenue, where we had two sides of the same pedestrian crossing decided on by two different boards at two different times, with effectively might as well have been two different sets of funding. And we just can't keep taking this kind of piecemeal approach. Riccarton is growing, as in the case of Deans, but so is our southwest and the rest of our city. So is Selwyn. So if we're serious about managing growth, we need to fund that key infrastructure up front from development contributions and plan with real foresight. Wigram used to be farmland. We had time to get this right 10 years ago. Instead, we're going to end up retrofitting that infrastructure well after the growth has arrived. And it's disruptive for residents too. So what I'm saying is, when we do commit to projects, let's do them properly, let's do them once, and have laser focus on actually delivering those projects on time and on budget. Just want to ask as well, where is the transparency? DC charges, as far as I could see, haven't really gone up for the average household, but they have been rebalanced. And I just question, in the southwest, neighbourhood parks charges now something like $5,000. It's among the highest in the city. And I just question why that is. If new parks or land acquisition are needed, that's understandable. But residents really deserve clear, itemised information about where this money's going. People are still waiting on basic things like footpaths in areas where we've already collected DCs for those to be built. That's not acceptable, and it just undermines trust in council. And again, back to the previous submitter, it was describing, you know, it's going to be a couple of $100,000 for this, that, and the next thing. And they weren't even real things, right, in terms of what we need to collect that money for. But we have got real tangible things like footpaths that don't exist. Just with regards to some specific projects in that list of projects that will be funded. So while we support investment in public transport, we're just questioning there's a very large, as far as I can tell, it's new $460 charge for PT Futures. And that's poorly explained. It's not clear if that's funding a future mass rapid transit line. Is it funding a business case? Is it funding bus priority? Nobody really seems to know, and that's a problem because $460 is actually quite a lot of money to add to a new home. I know if I was going to go and drop $460, I'd at least think that I could explain it to someone. But we really need regular updates and clear communication about what's being delivered under that PT Futures program, when it's happening, and just an explanation around how the public can track that progress, especially given that the government's co-funding has now evaporated, but the original need to do that project is actually still there. So if that is Christchurch's long-term rapid transport vision, that's great, but let's talk about it openly. Shouldn't be a black box. Just lastly, so we believe that the proposed increases to DCs are probably quite modest, especially in the context of, there's rising infrastructure costs. Home construction numbers are actually going down. If we don't recover those costs from development, inevitably they actually fall to general ratepayers, and we don't think that's fair. So while we support higher contributions, particularly from greenfield development, those developments place the greatest infrastructure burden. So we're also urging the council to maintain a strong commitment to growth paying for itself, not just in theory, but actually through the delivery. So just to recap, Greta Otatahi supports the overall direction and intent of the policy, but there are a couple of gaps that need attention. Don't incentivize poor outcomes by misapplying those discounts that are proposed in the wrong places. Communicate clearly, especially on what those major capital projects are, such as PT Futures and MRT, and focus on delivery where those DCs have already been collected. So not taking money from somewhere and putting it for something else. DC funding is a key lever in shaping how and where Christchurch grows, so let's make sure we're spending that money wisely and setting ourselves up well for sustainable growth.
Okay. Thank you, Cody. Mark, please.
Thank you, Phil. Cody, I heard you mentioned there an intersection in my area, the Awatea Amy Springs.
That's right.
Are you coming back to talk to us about the annual plan as well?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, well, that'll be good. I'll talk to you there about that one. But
Thank you.
Good to hear from you. Thanks for your submission from the team.
Yeah, thank you. And look, it's just a metaphor for how we do development in Christchurch. We haven't, and I mean, David also spoke earlier about Northlink, and the downstream impacts of that are completely foreseeable. We need to make sure that, it's for equity, right? Everyone's facing pressure in terms of rates and affordability and on their budgets and so on. We need to make sure that growth pays for growth. Yeah.
Okay. All good. You've questioned everyone out. I'm sorry there's only one. So thank you for going to trouble. And we're going to see you tomorrow by the sound of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Good on you, mate. Thank you. All right, Terry, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Foot. I'd like to introduce Bishop Michael Geelan. He's going to start our presentation today. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Pihopa Makaere ahau, ko hahi katorika, i ngā manga, i ngā reo, i ngā iwi o te ototahi. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. So yes, Michael Geelan, the Bishop of Christchurch, for my sins. It's my great privilege to be the bishop here in this beautiful part of the world. To our mayor, to our councillors, thank you very much for the way that you serve us. I now know what it's like to serve in a large community and to keep some of the people happy some of the times, but never all of the people happy all of the time. And I know how challenging that is. I was recently in Rome presenting our plan for our diocese and asking them to assist us with the many challenges we have. 5 new churches to build, a new cathedral, our 14 churches that were knocked down, replacing them and working towards that, answering some of the challenges that they've been receiving. Ironically, they said, get on with it. You might understand, ironically, Rome never moves fast, but they said to me, get on with it. And that's what we've been trying to do. We love this city. I've come here for 3 years now, and I've been incredibly impressed by what the council has done, what we have done for our city, how we responded to this incredible challenge. I have to say, 14 years ago when the earthquake first hit, I was a parish priest in Mount Maunganui, and I thought, how can I help? So we took a collection. For the first time in my life and the last time in my life, the collection was overflowing. We sent many thousands down, we sent a car down, and we adopted one of the parishes to look after the people who were in need there. Never did I see that I'd have the possibility of coming here. We want to be good citizens. We educate over 5,000 students within the city limits through our 5 secondary schools and our 14 primary schools. And we now have a great responsibility to do what Rome's charged us with doing, and that's to replace our magnificent and sadly lost cathedral. And that's what we want to do. We want to build something that we will all be proud of, where everyone will be welcome, and it's going to take everything that we are made of. And so we're hoping that you will assist us in a small way towards that. We're not going to ask you for a donation towards the city. We understand, towards the cathedral. The city we will, but not towards the cathedral. We understand the challenges that you face currently. We will take responsibility for that ourselves, but we do want some assistance with the other responsibilities that we have. We try to serve our city as generously as we can, working as chaplains in our hospital and in our prisons, serving our poor, prioritising the message that we have been serving for 160 years in this beautiful city, starting with the first migrants that came here, and wanting to continue that good work so that together our city can be beautiful. We appreciate the new cathedral in the middle of town, the new sports stadium, how beautiful it is. We take that as a challenge, and we want to build a chapel beside it, a cathedral beside it, so that people can go from one to the other. I'd like to pass to Terry now to fill you in with some of the ways that you might be able to assist us.
Thank you, Bishop. And also introduce James Kearns, who's joined us today. And James is the Cathedral Project Director for the diocese. You've seen our submission. No doubt you've been through it. You've noted our need to adhere to both canon and common law, the widespread and costly impacts of the earthquakes as presented in our pictorials. We've labelled the time since the earthquakes 14 years of uncertainty and listed the events which have impacted on our way forward. So we believe the 10-year time frame for existing demand credits is not practical for the Catholic diocese. Our cathedral rebuild is underway. It's a costly exercise. It involves a significant amount of fundraising. And we also have our land in the central city, which we're seeking advice from commercial real estate firms as to the future for that land. We've provided pictorials here just not only for the central city, but this is, for example, Vegas Road, Papanui. And down on here, there was a church. You see the pointer there. The Catholic Church is gone, the presbytery, and that's what it looks like now. But you can also see up at the top, the not depicted in this picture, but the new Marian College, which I'm sure many of you have been to and must have been very impressed with what's been able to be built out of a warehouse, the toll logistics warehouse. As Bishop Michael said, our focus is very strongly on the young people of Christchurch. This is in Gloucester Street, the Te Rangimaria Māori mission, established in the 1960s. Next door to it, on the left-hand side, as you look at it, were flats which have been destroyed or had to be demolished after the earthquakes. We're looking to be able to still use the reserve contributions that were available there. That's how it's looking now. This is the central city site, Barbados Street, and the beautiful cathedral that was there, which is now gone, sitting there, the beautiful cathedral which is gone, and also into town, the large block bordered by Colombo, Armour and Oxford Terrace and Manchester Street, which is now been redeveloped temporarily into providing well-needed car parks. And we've also working on the PwC site, or the former PwC site. You will appreciate the issues that we have had with the seagulls, but Doc tells us that we have done a very good job with those. So we wish to note our preferred options, so allow the Pacific exemptions for not-for-profit organisations where circumstances warrant it, provide an indefinite life of existing demand credits, or extend the credits to 20 years. Our consultants have advised us, for example, on Barbados Street alone, that the changes in the contribution rates, water supply would be 36,000, stormwater and flood 131,000, wastewater 77,000. So just 4 elements would total over $250,000 additional cost for the diocese in the cathedral rebuild, and that's another $250,000 which must be raised. So this is why we have made the submission we have, and as Bishop has said, we thank you for the work that the councillors and council staff have done over the last 14 years, and I'm sure Bishop Michael will preach a stirring sermon in the new cathedral prior to the Crusaders or whoever taking on the opposition at Te Kaha Stadium. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question, we have Kelly first and then Sarah.
Thank you for your presentation, gentlemen. Just in terms of timelines, you have 10 years to rebuild the earthquakes from the rebuild the cathedral from the time of the earthquakes. I mean, how realistic would that have been, and why wouldn't it have been built inside those 10 years?
We've had, unfortunately, one of our bishops passed away early on. Bishop Barry, you might remember, Bishop Barry Jones, who was working closely with Bishop Victoria. So when he passed away, we had an interregnum waiting for Rome of 3 years, where a new bishop was appointed. Unfortunately, he was only appointed here for 3 years, and then he was stolen from Wellington. And then they had another 2 years, and then I was appointed. So unfortunately, during those transitions, you can't act on such big decisions. And that then has left us having to play that out. And of course, COVID hit during that, economic downturns have as well. We're at a place now we can build.
Can I just ask another one too? I've heard some people say that St Mary's Pro Cathedral in Manchester Street, why don't you use that as a cathedral as such? I mean, what's the long-term future for that?
So we've had detailed plans done on all the sites. We're told that the Pro Cathedral has concrete cancer, and it would possibly cost more to refurbish it, to extend it, than to build a new one. So it seemed to answer its own questions there.
Thank you.
Sarah, please.
Thanks so much. So with the credits currently expired on the Barbados Street frontage and the extra $250,000 it would cost now, are the plans for a similar scale and use of services to the old cathedral and ancillary buildings? So you wouldn't be larger, if you like, than the old one. So if the DC credits were available, would that kind of cover it? Yeah, I guess I'm asking.
Those numbers are based on a 3,000 metre square building, and we believe that would be acceptable or adequate.
Yeah. So no sort of bigger than the previous one. No additional use of services, if you like, to the old cathedral site.
We are looking to put a parish office on there as well, which
Yeah.
wasn't there previously.
Okay, so it could be like a small additional amount, but it's the key credits for the whole site that's important.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Just one last one from me. So roughly, I think you said 3,000 square metre build for about 250 grand. Is that roughly what I'm hearing?
For those contributions, the additional cost of the development contributions or the reserve contributions, demand credits, sorry, with the increases suggested from 21 to 26, it would be another at least $250,000
on top
of what we were initially budgeting to pay.
Okay, no, that's fine. That answers my question. Thank you very much.
Could I just make one last statement?
Certainly.
My sister came to me recently and she said, how much will the Vatican be giving you to help build this? Because they're apparently so rich. I said, we give the Vatican money to help them survive. So they won't be giving us anything.
Good on you. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Okay. Joe, please. Afternoon, mate.
Good afternoon. So ko ingarangi te papakainga, ko kai koni hera ore ki Waitaha. and ko Joe Davies aho, Your Worship, Council, nice to see some familiar faces. Just in a bigger context, I'd just like to acknowledge the role that Christchurch plays in the region. You are the engine, you are the population, and the well-being of Christchurch is critical to Canterbury, and I also think the well-being of Canterbury is critical to Christchurch, and we have a very strategic region. We have what I call the shining city by the peninsula. We have our agricultural plains as a belt around us, and then we have the frontier, the main divide, the mountains, and the water coming down. And so as we go into the future of government and the future of local government and the discussions that we're having, I'd always just contest that the well-being and the health of the land and what happens on the land around Christchurch is integral to the well-being of Christchurch. So some specific points from our submission, as I'm here proudly representing the Canterbury Regional Council. So we're pleased to note the establishment of a climate resilience fund to support future adaptation needs for council assets, and we look forward to continuing to work together as we implement the Mayoral Forum's Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan. And we're super keen to share our science and work together because, as you know, our regional council is a repository for public data. The Central City Shuttle. So this is an interesting one. I had a bit of a briefing with staff on this yesterday. Basically, we're just keen to understand the problem that you're trying to solve here, because the city is different than it was pre-quake and when the shuttle service was offered. Obviously, the design of the city is quite different, and we've got 1,800 buses going in and out of the city every weekday. And basically, if you guys fund the investigation, you'll have to come, and depending on where that lands, if you do decide it's something a service you're gonna fund, you're gonna have to come to us for an exemption, and then we're gonna have to look at it and say, well, is this in competition with our service? And that might provide some challenges. But again, I'm kind of think it's come from you guys. It's a council push, so I support that, support democracy, and if there's a council push here, then the council at can look at it too. It's not just going to be an officer saying no type affair if you guys do decide to go along with it. And the final point is around the transport proposals, the bus priority on Lincoln Road. So we acknowledge the need to prioritise and defer work to complete the business case of phase 2 of this priority lane, this funding cycle, due to the limited funding available through the National Land Transport Programme. We'd like to see this project delivered early in the next funding round, 27 to 30, as this would provide a more reliable and attractive service. This would increase the benefits to our community following the frequency improvement, which is being implemented by us, funded through NZTA starting at the end of this month. And also we support short term the reallocation of the existing local funding to support delivery of other key PT improvement projects, including the operation of existing bus lanes on Colombo Street and Rickerton Road. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Yep, thank you very much for coming in. And Yanni, please.
Yeah, thank you for your submission, and it's interesting to hear the points that you make around the Central City Shuttle. I know in other jurisdictions, one of the things that bus services provide is free hop on and hop off within a Central City area. So I was just wondering, has ECAN looked at, with the new technology, the ability to allow people to get hop on and hop off within, like, the 4Avs, for example?
We haven't, but we're going to be running a detailed business case called the Restive Network Review, which is it's been a big push from our council as well to get this onto the table, because it's a part of PT Futures. Because as you probably know, post-quake, we went to a coverage model where we were really looking at the number of people within the space of a bus stop rather than reliability and speed. So that Restive Network Review could pick up ideas like such as this, some new kind of innovations. But in terms of Perry Christchurch, like, it's going to be the place where we can drive efficiencies and straighten routes and stuff like this. So that's going to be a broad business case, but ideas like that will feed into that.
Melanie?
The Central City Business Association came in earlier and said for the scoping study for the shuttle, don't bother with that, just get a shuttle, park it up and see who comes along on it. So is it even possible for council to do that with working with Econ? I have no idea what the rules are.
I mean, it just depends on kind of like whether you want to do it within the legal frameworks, eh? You know, like at the end of the day, like once it's a public transport, yeah.
Got Sarah and then Tyrone.
So why is it that you believe an exemption is needed? Is that because it might be seen as public transport as opposed to just being a shuttle service? So
Correct.
there are plenty of shuttle services around, if you like. Do they have to, like various taxi ones and bits and pieces, do they have to get an exemption? Or the hospital shuttle, have they got an exemption?
So it's all around the definition of public transport.
Yeah.
So if it's if you found a route to go down that meant you weren't, through the NZTA funding, what you were looking at, because we assume you try and get NZTA funding and so on and so forth. I mean, the investigation would kind of iron those kinks out.
Yeah. My understanding is it was just council run last time. So, yeah.
Councillor, there were some rule changes in 2023.
You can delegate.
And it changed a few things, so we're getting some advice on that.
Thanks.
Tyrone?
Thank you for your deputation, Councillor. Always good to see you. Is Environment Canterbury considering the extension of the public transport network to the people of Governor's Bay?
Rest of the network review. So basically, all the feedback we've had in the last triennium is going to feed into the rest of the network review. South Shore Express, Governor's Bay, all of these things.
Yeah, Pauline, please.
Hi, Joe. Your comment about perhaps being in competition with Environment Canterbury's bus services, but that's not the intention at all. My view of it is a kind of a circular thing going around the city and in a city, but there's definitely a gap down here, the West End gap, down Durham Street. So there is, kind of a dearth of accessibility here with public transport, but certainly not intended to be in competition. It's intended to be a synergy.
Yeah.
So the more people that we can get in here without their car, the more likely they are to take an Environment Canterbury bus home.
Yep, and on a personal note, I think it's great that you guys want to investigate it and look into it. I mean, it's going to be, we're going to look at what comes out of that report if that passes through this plan. And we get a lot of requests from Selwyn, and we're putting kind of, some consultation to them about their services if they're willing to fund it for a targeted rate going into the next long-term plan. So yeah, be proactive in the territories, and we'll always come in if there's public support.
Yeah, well, we need to work together.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
Celeste, please.
Two questions. They're talking about additional funding allocations that it's supportive of to complete the cycleway network. Do you have any feedback on where the prioritisation of that should be? And my second question is probably the most important. Where did you get your t-shirt from? Sorry.
New Brighton project, amazing community group. I don't have any comments on cycleway. Sorry, Celeste.
You're a clever man. Any other questions for Joe while he's here? Because we don't get ECAN chaps down here.
I'll just say no comments on cycleways, but great to see the news we've just got through on bikes back on buses from the 16th. And thanks for picking the number 8 route to put all of those buses on with the right racks and lights for the full-time use. Yep.
And lastly, Yanni, please.
I just wanted to check when the new ticketing system comes in. Like at the moment, if we wanted to get an understanding of how many people caught the bus within the 4 hours, can we do that? Or do we need to wait for the new ticketing system to come in? And when that comes in, what would stop us? Like, as someone said, like we've had a suggestion from the Chamber of Commerce that we just do a trial. So is there a way we could trial like that central city idea ahead of doing a whole network review, which might take, a couple of years?
It'll just depend on the national ticketing solution. At the moment, we collect data on people getting on the bus. We don't collect them getting off the bus. But the new system will provide that data. It's going to give us much better data.
Sorry, when is that coming in?
I'm going to hold fire on answering that.
Okay, mate. Good on you, mate.
Thank you.
See you later. Oh, Amanda and Anna, please. Hello.
Tēnā koutou katoa.
Ka mihi nui kia koutou, katoa. My name's Anna Canton. This is my colleague Amanda Jenkins. We are both film producers based here in Christchurch, each with 20 years experience in the industry with production companies and projects based here in Christchurch. We have a long-term commitment to the screen industry. We're both co-chairs of Te Puna Mataro, which is the Canterbury Screen Industry Association, which is a group of filmmakers, local filmmakers that advocate for the support, growth and development of our screen industry here in Christchurch. And today we're here to talk to you about our submission to the annual plan. And thanks so much for your time today.
So nice to see you all again. It doesn't feel that long ago that we were sitting here talking to the long-term plan. As you know, our screen industry is really blossoming, it's really growing, and we've had incredible support from the council, funding Christchurch NZ and Screen Canterbury with an incentive, which has absolutely gone gangbusters with an incredible return. But what we're really here today is to seek an ongoing commitment from council to this, to the grant and to the Screen Office, and a commitment of $500,000 per year on the Screen grants for the next 3 years. We have 300 left from the grant until 2026, a significant reduction on investment compared to the previous 3 years. So having that long-term commitment will support the growth of our industry, which is full of potential. Christchurch makes up only 3%, 88 million of the national film GDP, which is 2.7 billion. Primarily sitting in Auckland, we want a slice of that pie to increase our presence and financial participation in this booming industry and sector. And why this grant is important to us: we need to grow, as I just said, and we'd like to grow from 3% to 10% in the next 10 years, which is achievable. From 88 million to 220 million of the Screen GDP. Build positive long-term business relationships with large productions and companies and studios coming into Christchurch. Larger productions means bigger investment and budgets, and more likely to return a second season or production if incentivised and have a positive experience. And so far, that is exactly what's happening. We want them to stay longer and spend more in the region for pre-production and post.
So I'm just going to speak on the previous success of the council's investment into Screen. So in the last 4 years of growth and development in our industry, there's been approximately $1.8 million invested in the Screen Canterbury production grant from the council, and we've had up to $17 million return spent back in the city based on that $1.8 million investment, which is quite significant. We've had over 600 contracted roles created, jobs created here in the city, with 11 major projects being filmed to global acclaim, and as Amanda says, with potential for returning large projects or production companies coming back, bringing projects again. So a great example of that is Bookworm by Firefly Films, and they also returned again just at the end of last year with Holy Days, with a 150k grant, spending $2.5 million in the region just in that sort of 3-4 month period.
So as we're talking about success, here's just a list of some of the incredible productions that you have helped fund and support and bring revenue into the city of about $1.8 million. Yes, as Anna said, Holy Days received $150,000 out of the 24 grant round and promptly created the production. It finished at Christmas. It has just finished its picture lock. So I suspect they're taking it to Cannes to sell to the global market. So they spent about $2.5 million back into the region. Just with local principal photography, we hired over 100 local people, and it was a 3 to 4 month period. This is pretty fast turnaround for a revenue. The wider benefit to the non-screen services such as hospitality, accommodation, tourism, travel, rental, hire, leases and purchases goes straight back into the city and the region. It attracts new ratepayers for booming industry. They relocate down here. This is actually happening because of the activity, and the regional attraction, is also spreading further afield. Traitors Season 2 came down and filmed in Timaru. It's still within the region. It had nothing to do with the grant, but it's it backed on to what's happening here. So the Christchurch is a lead and a gateway to the sector. And just a quick note, if you haven't seen Head South, it's on in the cinemas, and that was a Christchurch production that was shot, listed up there. Yeah,
great. So the Christchurch screen GDP grew from 2020 to 2024 from 78 million to 105, which is a growth rate of about 13%, which is pretty incredible, and that's lines up with those incentives, investment from the council. So Screen Canterbury NZ is our local film office or screen office. They administer the grant and are a complete central hub to making this economic development boom in our city for our industry. So it's long-term economic development, managing relationships, international, local, and domestic as well. So the screen office currently is a team of one, and which is an incredible feat. With the success of the screen production grant, as we've just demonstrated with those 11 projects, because of that, the screen office has just been nominated for a global production award just very recently. I think it was a couple of days ago, and those awards will be announced in Cannes next month, and that would only have come about through this incentive to bring those projects here to demonstrate our locations, our people, our industry. So that's an amazing win. But as I say, team of one. Our production, our screen office needs support. It needs FTE. It needs strategic leadership support, and it needs funding to support those incentives and activity to flourish. For example, looking at international co-productions. There's research going into what does India look like as a market partner, that sort of thing. But absolutely, the screen office needs support to flourish and grow.
Needs more investment. So future opportunities in Christchurch. It already has become an international screen-friendly city. It is coined at the moment as the Screen City of the South. We need to own that, and I think we've got a really good sort of trailblazing industry at the moment to hook onto. The Screen Grant is an activator and a building block of screen growth here in Christchurch. It does its job. It supports and attracts new productions. You are backing a winning horse. Larger productions and long-term productions, and this will grow post-production on the back end. We want to have a full ecosystem. That can only happen if we continue along the path that we're going. Studio infrastructure, UC Kawawa Studios have broken ground and have got construction of a smaller soundstage, which is amazing and terribly exciting. But we do need a proper soundstage. It needs to become a city asset and identify as infrastructure for the future. There are options that we already have here in the city that we could talk about. Encourage new ratepayers to relocate down here and build our industry. And we also want international global recognition for the locations, which has just been mentioned, and screen stories and our reputation. This adds value to our tourism attraction. So the grassroots industry pipeline from education to industry is already happening through the likes of the UC Digital Screen Campus and Kawawa Studios. But we have to keep them here. We have to keep those students with talent and technical ability here in the city. We can't have them flood up to Auckland. So that pipeline is a serious consideration. How do we support that in the future? And that then dovetails into screen business and development and growth. Our region is our advantage. Global attraction here is big business on the global stage. And now our shows have gone global. Yeah. So this is an industry that moves at pace. Previous investment into this industry has proven significant financial returns. Christchurch is actively growing an industry worth locally on the international stage for the long term. We want to continue to invest in our industry and gain significant economic growth in return. So I guess the big question is, are you willing to put more money into this and make it available to help us become a screen city? So thank you very much for listening.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody? No, that's good. You are Sarah, and then Yanni.
Thanks. I'm just interested because my recollection is that we put in pretty much what we were asked for in the long-term plan. And so I'm just wondering why that's not been enough.
Well, there was a significant reduction to the funding. So it was 1.5 and then it dropped to 600, which actually was a configuration of 100 and then another
patchwork of
200
funds,
patchwork of numbers. So the funding got cut quite drastically to continue. So it's lost a bit of momentum.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, amazing support, don't get us wrong.
Yeah.
But it really dropped from 1.5 to 600.
Because the advice that we'd got was that it was enough.
No.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yanni, please, and then we'll move on.
I don't think that was quite the advice. I think the advice was we had some carry forward because there's been a few delays. So there would be a short, there'd be a short time, like a year, where the carry forward would be there. But I was just really keen to understand what's happening at the university. Has there been any progress on that development? And also, are you able to give us an indication of any discussions with Christchurch NZ about future opportunities to support? Thank you.
I'll just talk to the university part. So as far as I'm aware, the university is interested in creating a strategy with Christchurch NZ and the Screen Office and industry, but that has yet to happen. We already do have a screen strategy which was written in 2020 or 21, but that does need to be revamped and presented, so that would be probably a next step. I know that they're building infrastructure. I know they're 100% behind the screen industry. They need a pipeline to put their students through. They've got huge investment, as you know, into the screen sector through what they're doing. But we have not had an opportunity to talk to Christchurch NZ at all. So we hope that that will be the next step.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks.
Kia ora.
And lastly but not least is Simone.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Is the mic working all good?
As long as it's green, you go.
We're all good. Thank you. Hi everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. I really appreciate that you're taking the time and energy to hear the citizens of Christchurch on this important decision around the planning for the future. I'm here today to talk in support of the proposal for a shuttle. I'm not really here to, the scoping study, in fact, for the shuttle. I'm not really here to tell you a whole lot of stuff. I really want this to be a bit more of a conversation. But I first of all want to introduce myself and the people who are with me. So, my name's Simone Pearson. I've lived in Central City for 20 plus years. I'm an IT professional. I'm a mum of 2 kids, and I'm a real champion of Central City. And I'm excited that there's a proposal on the table today, and I'm really excited that you folks have the opportunity to show leadership. Do we have a question? Okay, keep going. Cool.
I'm pretending not to see him.
Okay, good. I'm glad we got that sorted.
Yeah, carry on.
So essentially, that's enough about me, and I'd like to introduce some people who are here today who are. We're all champions of the former shuttle, and Pat.
So I'm Pat Brooker, and I've lived in the Central City even longer than Simone because I'm older. And yes, and I think it would be really good to have the shuttle back again. Yeah.
Cool. And introducing some younger member of the team.
Kia ora, I'm Alicia Scroggins. This is my son, August. We live on Chester Street East, Central City. We're part of the Oxford Terrace housing community as well. And I'm also a housing social worker based in the Central City too. Yeah.
They might not be aware of what the Oxford Terrace social maybe you just want to
Yeah. So, Oxford Terrace Baptist Church has built some housing on site. So there's 14 units. Half of them are social housing units. 4 of those are former refugee whānau, others from the housing register. And then the other half are people who are just into the kaupapa. We foster a sense of community together as neighbours. Lots of new migrants. Some people don't drive, so a bus would be great for our neighbours. There's heaps of tamariki. I think there's 15 tamariki in our housing community. So, getting to the grocery store with this one would be cool on the bus. And
So really what's ahead of you is a proposal, and it is just a proposal for a scoping study. $200,000 is earmarked as a maximum amount, which in the council's budget, we all know it's a real drop in the ocean. And really what the scoping study is looking at, importantly, is, post-earthquake, what would a shuttle look like? Given we've got a completely different environment from when the shuttle used to operate. And I have a question for you. I'm really interested to know who went on the old shuttle. So if you could just put up your hands, I'm really keen to know from you folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Phil, did you?
I was away that day.
Oh, you're away? Okay. Never went on the shuttle. So really, it seems like a really simple decision to me. It's a bit of a no-brainer. It's a small amount of money to look into the proposal and look at the current climate, given that we've got an amazing new central city, a really fun new central city, a new 9,000 residents in the central city now. But really, I'd like to hand it over for questions. Really keen just in the last sort of minute to anything that you want to ask, please fire away.
Tim?
Thank you. Great to see you, Simone. I have a problem with the scoping study because I don't know if it's needed, because the principle of the Central City shuttle is still the same. So I would prefer just to go out and do it, and just maybe as it goes along, fine tune it. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I guess, what I would say is that the amount that's earmarked for it is a maximum amount. And maybe it's not going to cost anywhere near that, but it would be prudent, given that the ratepayers' money is potentially going to be used for this, and potentially public-private partnerships could be explored in the scoping study. So it's not just about, it's about looking at the funding as well as the route options and the different environment now that we are post-earthquake. I think it's important to be clear that $200,000 that's earmarked is the maximum amount, and it may not cost that. And we've got to start somewhere. This keeps getting kicked down the can that gets kicked down the road. So I think this is an opportunity to start. And we are right on the precipice of an amazing central city. The stadium's about to be finished. The metro's about to be finished. I have watched the central city grow like a child since I've lived here. We lived here pre-earthquake, during the earthquake, and then post. And everything has been like watching a child grow. The first, playground opened, the Turanga opened, the art gallery, everything's been like this series of firsts. And I really feel that now is the time to look at whether or not we should bring back the shuttle. And being clear, I think that it would be really good. We had it before. We're not reinventing the wheel here. It was super successful. But I know there's some other questions, so I'd love to answer them if there's time.
Hey, how many did we have last year?
There were 2 or 3 from memory.
Okay.
They had 21 stops. You waited 10 to 15 minutes, and it went round the core CBD only.
Within the 4 Fs?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yep. North-south.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Sarah, please. Right, okay. Celeste?
Thank you, and I really love the matching t-shirts.
Thank you. We tried to go with the yellow theme. Did that kind of work?
It did work. It was really good. I don't recall the shuttle, so it's interesting to hear about it from people that have experienced it. What was it that you liked about it? And if it comes back, what would be things that you'd like to see improved, for instance? Like, I don't know, does it have a bike rack on the front, for instance?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good question. Pat, did you want to answer this one? Okay. So what was the shuttle like? What did I like about it, to your question? It was super easy. It was an orbiter of Central City, this key attractions in the Central City. You didn't have to be like, what time's the shuttle coming? It just rocked up. It was super easy, jump on, hop on, hop off. So there was it was free, So that made it easy for young people to go on it, older people, and it just made it so streamlined and fast and efficient because there was no payment involved. And it was busy. It was really fun too. Like you met all sorts of people. Tourists loved it, and it was just such a super way to get around the city. Really easy if you're impaired with mobility. If you're a mum with a pram, and there's nothing not to like about it. Is what I can say.
You're extremely good at using up time. Kelly's gone. Kelly's gone. Tyler, please.
Kia ora, team. I remember it as a young fella. I also remember Science Alive, getting a bit nostalgic around that stuff. The little Moores tunnel at the museum and all of those things that we had before the earthquake. I just wanted to ask about the locations. And the city's changed a lot. Would you sort of envision a certain route that would be a bit different to the one that we used to have?
Well, I know because I've been following this closely that they did a few years back when it was with regional council that they did have a new proposed route, which was based on the new anchor projects and so forth. So obviously that would be part of the scoping study that needs to be done. It's a completely different city now. There's new attractions that have opened, that are still to open. So I really think that it's about the efficient movement of people en masse. So where are the critical places people go, and we all know where they go because there's lots of people there. Margaret Mahi, Turanga, the court obviously, and then out towards Ara and things like that. There's all these critical anchor projects, and it's really about the efficient movement of those people. And really what it's about, actually, do you know what it's about? It's about getting people to spend longer in the central city. They come, they don't just leave, they come and they do other stuff. And that's going to make the business community really happy because people stay longer, they'll spend more money, and I think that will put a big smile on their dial.
Kelly?
No, my question's been answered. Thanks.
Okay, that's all cool. Thank you for your enthusiasm and the colour of your dress. And we fellas enthusiastic, that's for sure. So I think we've all taken on board what you said. Thank you very much for your enthusiasm once again.
Thank you very much for your time and everyone listening so attentively. And thank you to the wonderful people who've come with me.
Good as gold. Thank you. Thank you. Now, with that, that's the end of today. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.